film me in the bathroom, man. Yes.
All right, I just bet 1,000 little green pawns. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the final round of Norway Chess. I assume at this point, most of you know what this is. This is one of the major tournaments of the year, classical chess, round robin, top players in the world, including the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, his predecessor, Vishy Anand, his predecessor, Veselin Topalov. I'm joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Looking forward to learning some things from you today, Benjamin. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a very exciting last round. We know that Magnus Carlsen has a half-a-point lead over Mamedyarov. So if Magnus wins his classical game, the tournament will already be decided. But a lot can still happen if these two, would draw. If let's say Magnus draws this game, then Vachier gets a chance to overtake him. But let's have a very quick look at the format, David.
Absolutely. 10-player round robin. That means they play 9 games. At this point, there's just 1 game left. They've played 8 of the other players. There's only 1 person they haven't played yet. 3 points for a win in classical. So that's a big bump of points compared to the draws. If you draw your game, you play an Armageddon. And so you will get either 1 point if you lose the Armageddon or 1.5 points if you come out victorious in the Armageddon.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. So Magnus's lead is not safe at all. But let's have a very quick look at the time control. In the classical games, the players will have 2 hours with only a 10-second increment kicking in after move 40. So we have seen players flag in this tournament. But in case of a draw, they will play an Armageddon game in which white will get 10 minutes, black will get 7 minutes, and only a 1-second increment after move 40. So it's not too difficult to make it to move 40 and not lose on time, but with only 1 second of increment, it's quite difficult if you still have the 3-minute deficit.
Yeah. So we turn now to the leaderboard to see, the math on who's in the running for first, second, third, fourth place, etc. And as mentioned, Carlsen has a half-point lead. Bear in mind that with the 3, 1.5, 1 scoring system, a half-point lead is much less and much more complicated than a half-point lead normally would be in a classical tournament, where you would know that, winning wins the tournament and drawing gets you a tie and losing gets you past. So basically, Mamedyarov could catch up to him potentially, even if they both go to Armageddon. If Magnus wins in classical, that's it. He takes the tournament. That's the only really simple scenario. And what Anand and Maxime might wish for or hope for would be for Magnus and Vachier to lose in classical. Then they could completely pass them up. But even if Magnus or Vachier go to Armageddons, Anand could catch them by winning his classical game. And I believe he's got black today against the lowest rated player in the field, Arian Tari. But if you check out the scoreboard, you see that Tari hasn't done so badly, tied for 7th place with Topalov. He has not been an easy opponent, not somebody to underestimate. And when he's playing solidly with white, it's not like you can just abuse him.
No, for sure. Yeah, I think Tari is on 3.5 out of 8 in the classical games. He was on 50% until yesterday, but he lost that game against Anish Giri. But yeah, I do think it is going to be between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier Mamedyarov. I think Vishy Anand and MVL only have a mathematical chance. I think it's very unlikely that Magnus will lose his final game. Probably a draw is the most likely result between Topalov and Magnus. But as we said before, that gives Mamedyarov the chance to catch up. But in these last round matchups, you never know, right? Players might take too many risks, and maybe there is a chance for Anand and MVL to leapfrog them.
Yeah, depending on what the games are looking like, I would say that the main way that Magnus Carlsen has lost chess games in the last maybe 6 years is by overpressing. I would say that's the #1 cause for him to lose a game. He's come close to losing 2 games in this tournament, but he is still the only undefeated player in classical chess at this point in the event. So if he lost, yeah, maybe overpressing with black is a thing that could happen, or taking too many risks. But we'll see maybe early on in this game what kind of a mood Magnus is in. Maybe you can let us know when you figured out if he's going all out for a win or if he's playing normally.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I do feel like he hasn't been in top shape this tournament, as you mentioned. He was lost against Vishy Anand with the black pieces. Vishy just, I think he was up a pawn, or he was not up a pawn, but he had a dominant position, but allowed Magnus to create some counterplay. And also MVL had all the chance in the world to beat him yesterday. He missed some wins in the classic game, and then also in the Armageddon. MVL should have never lost that game.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 escapes in one day for Magnus yesterday, and without those, he would not be in first place here. So it's been very close, and he may not have the confidence to go all out with black, even if normally he would want to. Let's remind you folks about voting. This is a fun thing that you can do to go along with watching these tournaments. You go into chess.com/events, pick out Norway Chess as the event because, it's pretty high up there on that list. And then you can go to any individual game and you can vote for your expected results. So when you go to the actual game here, you'll see up in the upper right-hand corner near moves and analysis, an option for voting. You click there, you see the little faces, you see the shaking hands. Looks like we're not winning the cash this time around, but we will next time, Hala, I promise. But we're going to make our predictions anyway. And for those of you who've been competing throughout the tournament, you may be in the running for $600 in cash prizes from chess.com, as well as several free diamond memberships. And, they'll have this again for the candidates and every other major event that's getting major coverage here.
For sure. So you said you wanted to, go over the predictions of today's games?
Yeah, let's do it. See if we can get a few points for Hala, even though we're probably not winning the big bucks this tournament.
Right. So I'm going to predict a draw between Topalov and Magnus.
Okay. Reasonable.
I will predict a draw between
a lot of people predicting a win for Magnus. Wang Hao versus So, also draw. Yeah, fair enough.
I predict a draw between MVL and Giri.
MVL and Giri. Now that's a tricky one because trying to imagine how MVL is feeling after yesterday is tricky, right? I mean, he's in striking distance of the leaders. He's got the white pieces. In some ways, he's playing well, but yesterday was an emotional roller coaster for him, probably. I mean, overall, he did well with black against the world champion, but didn't fully get the points.
Yeah, Giri. Of course, you cannot be too unhappy, if you were pressing with the black piece against the world champion. As you mentioned, he missed probably 2 or 3 wins in that game, allowing Magnus escape. But especially, I feel like losing the Armageddon was quite heartbreaking. That should have never happened.
So Giri has won 2 classical games this tournament and lost 2 classical games this tournament. He's the only person with a perfect equal score of 2-2-2-2. 2 wins in classical, 2 losses in classical, 2 wins in Armageddon, 2 losses in Armageddon. And yesterday, I feel like he actually got lucky against Tari. He had this winning position, couldn't figure out what to do with it, and then Tari blundered in the final phase of the game. I'm going to go for a win for MVL. All right.
Okay. Interesting.
And then we get to Anand.
I'm going to predict a draw here.
Draw as well. So you've predicted 5 draws for today. A lot of Armageddon.
Well, I still have to predict the last game.
Oh, we didn't get to the last game yet. Okay. So you're thinking a draw here. I mean, Anand's been fantastic, but yesterday was also a bad day for him. All right, we'll go with the draw and we'll get to the last game. Usually the most boring, perhaps the most exciting. What do you think of this matchup between brethren, basically?
Yeah, so this might come as a shocker, but I'm going to predict a draw.
A draw as well. Okay. All right. You were thinking of asking us to check out the YouTube video to see your prediction on this one.
No, I don't have a YouTube video on this game.
Okay. So Mamedyarov versus Radjabov, prediction of their 27th career draw. But do you think that Mamedyarov will go all out and it'll still end in a draw?
It's a good question. Yeah, I do think that they will play. I mean, it doesn't make any sense for Mamedyarov to make, a quick draw here. Even, yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Unless he wants to say, like, look, brotherhood is more important than any prize you can put before us.
Well, that's the thing. I actually don't know what the prize fund is in this tournament. I was trying to look on their website, but I couldn't find it. And also, David, do you know what happens in case Magnus Carlsen and Mamedyarov tie for first? Do they play a tiebreaker, or what exactly happens?
Sorry, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense for them to play another Armageddon, right? That's one of the big themes of Norway chess. So that scenario would be Magnus loses the Armageddon today, Mamedyarov wins the Armageddon today. That's the way they could tie for first place. And yeah, hopefully they'll play some rapid chess with each other at the closing ceremony or something.
Yeah, well, the good thing of this tournament, as we've mentioned before, that even if the players will make a quick draw, is that we will always have the Armageddon, which is always going to be very exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. So even if Benjamin's predicting for you all 5 draws today, some of those draws might be interesting, and any such draws will be followed by Armageddon games. So you don't need to worry that everything will be left undecided. We'll get some satisfaction here today, and moves should be coming in any minute now. We've got all 5 boards up here so we can see the first moves as they come in. Okay. No playoff, we're being told by our very informed producer. Sorry, I know that may seem weird to all of you when we suddenly go silent and we're just listening to the voices in our head. But let's see, what moves can we expect here in some of these openings? Let's start with Topalov versus Carlsen. Topalov is very much a D4 player. And Magnus usually Queen's Gambit declined.
Mm-hmm.
What else does he have? He has offered the King's Indian or Grunfeld a few times recently.
Oh, by the way, there is a prize on. The winner of this tournament gets 750,000 Norwegian crowns, which
Nice.
I believe is basically like 75,000 euros. So there's definitely something to play for Mamedyarov. And you said that in case Magnus and Mamedyarov finish on an equal score, what was the first criteria?
I think Sonnenborn, which I don't even know what it is, but it's a tiebreak system. I'm not a specialist in tiebreak systems because I think they're all stupid. So why would you learn about something you already condemn?
Okay. Okay, yeah. So if more than 2 players share first place, there will be a double. Huh? Okay, so here it says money prizes will be shared among the players with the same sum of points. This does not apply for the first prize. In case of shared first place between 2 players, there will be a blitz playoff to decide the winner. This will be done at the end of the last round. There will be a 2-game match with 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increments for each move. If this match ends in a tie, there will be an Armageddon game where white has 10 minutes and black has 7 minutes with an increment of 1 second per move starting from move 41 with draw odds. All right, so if Magnus and Mamedyarov tie for first place, they'll play a blitz tiebreak, and that will actually determine the tournament winner and also who gets that additional. It's probably like 35,000 euros. So, pretty important blitz game.
Wow, that would be a lot of money on a couple blitz games. Here we go. We get the openings. Topalov plays e4, so I didn't even get that right. We get an Italian game there. We've got a Ruy Lopez here. We've got a Sicilian from Giri. Oh, reshuffled slightly, but there's Giri with the Sicilian. And we've got Ruy Lopez. So Anand is playing the open Ruy Lopez. Mamedyarov has also played that here. He actually won a game with black against Wang Hao using the open Ruy Lopez in an earlier round. So that's gone well for him. Let's see.
Right. So let's see. I'm slightly surprised by Anish's opening choice. He is going for let's call it the Sveshnikov for now with knight c6 on move 2. Usually, you know, he plays the Berlin with black or something like the open Ruy Lopez or you know the Najdorf. But I think that the Sveshnikov he has played, but it's not his main opening, I would say.
Yeah, definitely something that he would know about, but not his main opening. It's been a fairly popular opening again ever since the Caruana-Carlsen World Championship match. And you know, actually Sam Shanklin told me after the Anand Gelfand match, like already, like, hello everybody, this is a world championship level opening. This Sveshnikov is, you know, one of the top tier Sicilian options. So Maxime thinking a while and does not go for the sharpest open lines.
Well, he goes for bishop e5, which can lead to a very, you know, original game. So here black has a lot of options. The move g6 was the move that Magnus played a lot in the match, but the move e6 is very reasonable as well. Black wants to go knight ge7 and then eventually go a6 and recapture, in case white takes on c6, recapture with a knight on c6, so he doesn't have to double his pawns.
Yeah. So so this line here, I think you know, Maxime is somebody who I think doesn't like it when other people play bishop b5 against him. He's a lifelong Sicilian player, and I get the feeling that when people play bishop b5 check against him, because he's basically always going for the Najdorf, I feel like when they play bishop b5 check, he's just slightly mad. And Anand got him with it in round 1 of this tournament, but here he is serving up some bishop b5 himself. I mean, I think he plays these positions fine, but I wonder if he was worried about Anish's opening prep because it was not Anish's normal weapon.
Yeah, I guess he's caught slightly off guard. Indeed, as we mentioned before, Anish has played the Sveshnikov, but not as much. So I don't think he went into too much depth here. You know, I mean, if you're MVL, probably he was just, you know, finding somebody against the Berlin, maybe something in the open Spanish, or against a Najdorf. But I think that the Sveshnikov came as a bit of a surprise. And well, what do you think, David?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I mean, I wonder how Anish felt about the Berlin option, right? That's like the other thing is you always have to, when you're looking at something, you have to think about what you see, but also what you're not seeing, right? We're not seeing the Berlin. MVL is somebody who plays the rook e1 line against the Berlin, right? And knight takes e5 very, very consistently. And he's one of the few players who ever wins with that line. Most people who play that line play it just to agree to a draw because they just don't care that day, or just they're like, oh, you played the Berlin, fine. I guess we don't get to play today. But MVL is one of the few people who tries to win with it. I think he may have beaten Wesley with it a couple days ago. Was that a Berlin? It was a round I didn't comment.
Wait, let me think. Who did you say beat Wesley?
Yeah. Maxime beat Wesley, I think, in the rookie one
Oh yeah,
Berlin.
right. Yeah, so in that
Sort of
game,
round 7.
yeah, no true. So yeah, we can actually go to the game between Wang Hao and Wesley So
Mhm,
because they are still Wesley has deviated from that game. So in that game, instead of the move Bishop F6,
mhm.
if we can go back a couple of moves,
Sure.
I think Wesley played the move Knight to E8, with the
Mhm.
idea being that he wants to put his pawn on D5, and here MVL played the move C4 to
Right.
gain more space.
Right. So that was this Berlin line. So then thinking of that, do you think that Anish may have like slightly feared what Maxime could do in that line after looking at that game?
Maybe, yeah. I guess he didn't feel like, going into a boring rookie one Berlin where he has to be very precise. And if he makes one mistake, then he has to suffer for, a lot of moves. And
Mhm.
perhaps he just also wanted to surprise MVL, as we talked about earlier, and maybe just get an interesting game.
Yeah. See, this game here between Wang Hao and Wesley is looking much more like what we expect out of the rookie one Berlin, right? It's not really any signs of ambition from Wang Hao so far, right? Like what? What was the
Also,
last time we
in
saw?
this
We saw.
position, Also, in this position, White has the option of going knight to c3, which involves a
Mhm.
pawn sacrifice. Black takes
Yeah.
on d4, and then the move knight to d5. And things get pretty sharp. I
Yeah.
believe Black plays, it was either d6 or I think d6 is one of the main moves they choose here.
Mhm.
And White gets some compensation, but Black generally is fine. So that is something Wang Hao could go for,
Yeah.
but he could also go for the move c3, which is what he just played. But
Yeah.
here, generally, after the move d5, Black is completely fine.
Right. And this line here is something which Maxime has played as white. I've seen several of his games with this knight c3, sacking the pawn on d4. I think one of the problems with the line is that black doesn't necessarily have to take on d4, but after knight c3, that they can just play like c6, still trying to play d5 maybe.
Well, I think the point is if Black goes c6, then White goes d5.
Then white
Just
goes d5, right? Yeah.
right. So it's not that I think Black kind of has to take that pawn, otherwise he's slightly worse. And also, it's important to point out that if Black goes d5, White has to move knight takes d5.
Hmm. I'm wishing that our little extra plugin we're showing here on the left to show us sort of like database results in this position, and then we could see what putting in c6 or bishop d4 does to it. But I would think there are ample games in this position. I'm not sure why that new widget's not telling me what's going on here at this point. But here with this 98 c3 d5, this kind of position, right? This was played like Wesley So against Topalov yesterday. And for that game, and for a lot of these rookie one Berlins, I look at the game and I never really see what White's intention was. Like, I wonder if White had any intention of winning, and if so, how they were planning to win.
I don't know. So yeah, I also don't know. It seemed like Wesley didn't really have some sort of idea going into the game. It seemed very peaceful. I was also hoping that maybe he would show some small nuance, maybe to get a small advantage, but that did not really seem to be the case. And actually, after the move d5, Wang Hao has played the move bishop d3. In general,
Yeah.
what Black does here to equalize is they play g6, then knight to g7, and bishop f5 to trade off the light square bishops.
Yeah. Okay. I'm hearing that they've gone that basically there are less than 100 games in the database in this position, and that's why the win draw loss has turned off, which makes sense. I thought like 100 games should probably be the threshold. But let's see, where did it turn off? So here it was on bishop f4. Huh. I'm surprised. I
Right.
would
So
think there would I would think there
turned
would
off.
still be more
Well,
than 100 games here.
I think it's because maybe it was on for the first 10 moves, right? And bishop 4 is move 11.
Oh, you think it might also cut off at move 10 as well as at 100 games?
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, but I
Okay,
don't know.
because it was exactly move 10 there. Yeah. Wesley, I mean, not that any of this is that interesting, I would say, but Wesley played knight d2 here instead of bishop d3. And for a second, I wondered, why does he let black just play bishop f5? And then I remembered, there were some Carlsen games with this g6, knight g7, bishop f5. So like this doesn't endanger black either. So unless something unusual comes up, I would suspect this of potentially being a game where at the end of the game, I don't see any evidence that Wang Hao wanted to win the game.
Yeah, so we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, maybe sometimes in these tournaments, the players are just happy to get it over with, and maybe he just wants to play an Armageddon game. I mean, that can be the case, right? Maybe he just thinks his best chances are in blitz, not in the classical, and that's where he will try to, get his points. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I do agree with you. I don't think we'll see a very fighting game here, to be honest.
Okay, so let's check out Mamedyarov and Radjabov, and we can see that this position here, black scores 50% with it. Bishop on d2 tells me that Raja probably played bishop b4 check and then came back from the Catalan.
Yeah, let's have a look.
It's been notable all tournament how Radjabov uses more time in the opening on moves that must be within his knowledge. I mean, here he's only spending an extra 10 minutes, but there have been games where he spent 30 to 60 minutes playing theory that he must have known.
Yeah, it's very odd indeed that, Shakhriyar played the Catalan, which is not really his main opening. Usually he goes for, knight c3 on move 4 instead of g3. But still, the fact that there, Radjabov is spending time and he's already behind by 10 minutes on the clock is a little bit odd, right? If you go into these kind of games, you should have some idea, what you're going to do against the Queen's Gambit, but also what you're going to do against the Catalan. So that does strike me as very odd indeed.
Yeah. And if I click into this openings tab, I can see all kinds of information here. 20% white win, 28% black win. That's amazing. Or is that 26? 28 or 26, basically dead even.
Yeah, well, the thing about this position is that it's, it has all the pieces on the board, and it's usually one of the lines that black, likes to play if they want to try to go for a win. You keep more pieces on the board. The position is very flexible. But of course, white is also extremely solid. And we see the move b6 by Radjabov, which is still a theory. I mean, the other main move is knight bd7.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this line. Somebody taught it to me long ago for black, and that there were ways to play for a win with it. So that's what really appealed to me about this line, including with b6. And I think in general, to have a solid 1/4 of games decided in black's favor is a pretty good chunk for this variation. So pretty combative line so far. Let's check out Topalov and Magnus for a moment. The other game likely for first place.
Yeah, so Magnus plays this a5, plays this line with a5 and bishop a7, which is what I believe what he did in the last game of the World Championship match against Jan Pomniachtchi. Now here white has the original knight a3, which is not really a standard move in the time, but here it is available to white, and go for a very quick knight b5 jump. There was also a game between Sergei Karyakin and Jordan van Vereest in the recent Tari-Anand chess tournament. So I'm very curious to see. I guess Topalov might not have been aware of those games, or he did not want any piece of Magnus's preparation.
Yeah, so he plays a more standard move, knight to d2. And would imagine Magnus would castle now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well. I think castles is very natural here. Very often black plays the move h6 to make sure bishop g5 is not an option,
Right.
but that's not at all available to white here because the knight is on b2. So I think he's just going to castle. And then after knight f1, perhaps something along the lines of bishop e6.
Yeah. And he could also play h6 once white moves the knight if he's concerned about the bishop g5 lines.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Interesting there. And Tari versus Anand. Oh, they've made a pretty controversial decision early on in this game. So
Yeah,
queen
so
to e1 in this position from Tari.
yeah, so usually after the move c3 and move 9, if we can go back a couple of moves.
Okay.
What was always thought to be the move here for black was bishop to c5. And if white plays knight bd2, black castles, white goes bishop c2, and black has this sequence of knight takes f2, rook takes, taking on f2, and then f6, and white has the two minor pieces and black is the rook, but white's king is kind of exposed. Black gets a lot of quick activity.
Right. Sorry, what move does white play before knight f2?
White plays bishop c2 and then
Bishop
black
c2 to challenge it. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
black
played recently by Fabiano Caruana.
Against Jordan and Vachier-Lagrave.
Where did he just play this opening?
So you mean with white or with black?
With black, he played this, and he lost.
Oh, he lost to MVL in like
MVL,
25 moves in Romania, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So that's why this line is under some pressure, which is why Vishy is deviating with the move bishop e7 on move 9.
Okay. So bishop e7. And then white plays bishop c2. Interesting move order.
Yeah, so white could also go knight bd2, but then black goes knight c5 and transposes to those lines.
Right.
Which would usually start out with knight bd2, bishop e7, and then c3.
Yeah.
So see bishop c2 by Tari, bishop to g4 by Anand, queen e1, which leads to a very original position because black takes on f3 and it goes knight c5, and Tari seems to be out of book here, which to me is slightly surprising, right? Because he played queen e1 quickly. Maybe he only expected a move like knight to c5, but he should have looked at bishop takes f3 as well, or maybe he's just trying to remember.
Maybe trying to remember something. I would think that often people's first thought in a game is remembering stuff. Their second thought is figuring out something new. But okay, dramatic imbalances right off the bat here after bishop g4. Do you have any feelings about this position yourself, like whether you would like to be white or black?
Yeah, I like, the position for white. I think Tari has a lot of potential here. If you can get, let's say, f4 in, maybe knight d2 to f3, because then I don't feel like black's king feels completely safe if you were to castle. Maybe you can start rolling those pawns in the center and on the king side. So I think, yeah, Tari can be too unhappy, but it really hinges on the next couple of moves. If he's not precise here, then maybe Anand can quickly take over the initiative, because white's king side is of course a little bit weakened and his king is a little bit open.
Yeah, the weaknesses in white's king side, one of the things they make me wonder about is a possible move d4 for black. It may seem weird. First I was thinking about how, if we move our pawn off the light square, this bishop could get good. But then I thought, well, I mean, if we get the pawn to d3, the bishop might suffer, and if we get the knight to d4, the bishop might suffer. So maybe d4 would be an idea for black to try and fight in the center right away with the knights. And what other options would there be for black? Can we play a quick f6?
Perhaps what black could also do is we were looking at the move f4, right? Maybe black starts off with a move like queen at d7, because already here black is threatening a perpetual, right? So white would have to play, let's say, a move like queen e2, and here now maybe now d4, because d3 is a real threat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So even though white's got the light squared bishop, black's actually playing to immediately attack into some of these light squares, because white's pawn structure is all on dark squares on the king side, and the knights look pretty good here. Nimble, I see some options for them. Is there any option to castle queenside for black? Can we, like against f4, could we go here, 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 and then play something nutty like g5 and castle queenside?
Yeah, well, I guess in case of g5, I can always go f5 and keep everything closed.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you could go queenside castles right away.
Okay. I mean, if we're never going to have g5, it's going to be less appealing to castle queenside, right? I have to have in mind a way to engineer something. But let me just put castles queenside on the board and sort of absorb this position.
Yeah, the first move I would consider here is the move a4 to blast open the queenside. And yeah, here black has some options. I don't know if d4 is a move. White can take on b5. Black has d3. It's very difficult to say how that really is going to play out.
Oh, right. This kind of a variation would be hard to calculate. Pawn takes, threatens to take the queen with check.
Yeah, well, actually, that's probably just winning for white, because if you take the queen, there's queen g4 check, and if pawn takes e2, you take the queen with a check. So that's a good point. So then after a4, black would perhaps have to go b4 maybe to keep the queen side close.
Yeah, as close as this absolutely random configuration of pawns can be. Okay, well, I mean, it's hard to evaluate. I feel like castling queenside is very rare in the Ruy Lopez. I've almost never seen it, so I don't really know how to gauge this. But because of what you said about g5 f5, I think my follow-up plan is going to be f6 for black. That's the move that I want to do myself if white gives me time.
Right. Yeah, I think the move f6 definitely makes sense. But yeah, I think for Ariane, if he can manage to establish some sort of control over the light squares, he could have a really big advantage. But maybe Vishy can get enough counterplay going in time. What white could also consider, let's say we're looking at the position after one castles, perhaps to go b4 first, to hit the knight and then follow it up with a4.
Maybe, oh yeah, that's a standard way to try to open, even when the king's not there, huh?
But maybe black has d4 anyway, because if you take the knight, there's d3.
Black may need a bold move here, because if I just retreat, it feels like it's going badly for me. Like knight e6, you always have f5, you've got a4. I'm more or less dying. So, and knight a4, you can take the pawn on a6 with check, right? So I may have no choice but to try d4 here.
Yeah, but I feel like it works out for black. I mean, if we take on c5, black goes d3, wins back the bishop, and if white takes everything, then c5 is very weak and black has a lot of activity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what we've learned more than that castling queenside is acceptable is we've learned how important the move d4 is in this position, right? That really brings the black knights to life before white's 3 queenside pieces can get in the game. Black can establish some squares in the center for the knights. Seems reasonable for him.
Yeah. In the meantime, we also have more moves in the game between Shakir Mamedyarov and Mamedyarov-Radjabov.
I'm already regretting that I voted for a draw in the Tari-Anand game, because once he played this queen e1 move, this game is super controversial. I think there's tons of room for black to win. But let me see. Show us what's happened here. We had c6, queen c2, b6.
Right, and knight is c3 by Mamedyarov. So with the move knight c3, you always have to be careful that black doesn't suddenly just capture on c4,
Yeah.
and then you have to prove the compensation. So I wonder what exactly Mamedyarov has in mind here.
Right. So if knight e5, there's queen d4 probably is what black
Right,
tries
yeah.
in that kind of position. Hitting the knight. And now white's trading for black's undeveloped piece on b8. And black would usually come out okay in this position here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so, because I don't see anything direct here for white. So I think black should be doing fine. There's, by the way, a funny line. If you go bishop no. Well, if you go bishop e3, black can go queen to d6. And I was thinking white has to move bishop f4, which is not even a move because of e5, but black can even take on c6 and bishop e7.
Yeah. Definitely something to watch out for in the Catalan. Careful with your g2 bishop.
Indeed. So it's quite common that often in these Catalans, black sacrifices, in exchange for the light square bishop to get control over those light squares around the white king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even in this position, it occurred to me that we could just move our bishop instead of our rook.
Right.
And it would be possible, but then I thought, I mean, why? White doesn't have to take either. Let's just play rook b8 and, queen c5, bishop b7 kind of moves, normal stuff. And black looks pretty safe. It'll be all white can do to just try to win back their pawn. So knight e5, probably not good on account of queen d4. That's just an important thing to keep in mind, is that often when it looks like black can't defend their pawns, they just capture the d4 pawn.
Right. But yeah, let's see whether Radjabov will actually capture this pawn. He could also keep it a little bit more solid with a move like, knight bd7, for example, or bishop a6.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like knight bd7 here.
Okay.
Just waiting one move to decide on bishop a6 versus bishop b7 and also a5. Sometimes you play a5 in this line for a little more space for black before you put your bishop on a6.
Indeed, yeah.
But right now I feel like I'm not very well developed to be playing a5. And then if white plays e4 quickly, that makes me suspicious of my move order.
Right, but still, if black takes on c4 here, it is still up to white to prove the compensation,
Yeah, that should still be playable. And then really controversial might be bishop a6 here. But I don't like playing a5 and bishop takes f1 while white takes over the whole middle of the board. It feels very risky to me. Even if like a computer could get away with it as black, like I probably couldn't quite.
Yeah, I wonder what the way to go for white is here. I mean, if e5, you probably just go knight fd7. I wonder if we can go cd, but black does take on f1, and I don't see just yet how to make it work. Oh, I meant after e5 knight d7, but maybe anyway.
If you're going to sack the exchange, I think instead of e5, you should try just trading everything for your bishop. So rook takes, maybe knight e5, or maybe take
maybe
one
what
more
is an
time
idea
first.
for white is to take with the bishop.
Okay.
Take with the bishop on f1. Let's say you go pawn takes d5. I go e5. And let's say you go knight
quickly coming
f7
here
and bishop
to make
d3.
a weakness.
Yeah. And if g6, then h4, or h6 also possible, but then
now g4.
I don't. Yeah, perhaps, yeah. I don't know exactly how this plays out. I mean, once the onus is on white to prove it here, but I mean, white definitely has got some sort of initiative going here. Oh, but actually, as we speak, Radjabov has captured on c4.
Yeah. challenging move. They're having a fight, perhaps. I mean, this is a pretty combative opening by Radjabov standards, I would say. I mean, Mamedyarov is usually looking for openings like this against other people, so I'm not at all surprised to see it from him. But Radjabov has usually played safer variations in the classical games, and this looks pretty intense. I think Rook AD1, by the way. I know we were just talking about knight e5, queen d4. I was just bringing that up as something that might be instructive for viewers with less experience with the Catalan. But my instinctive move here is Rook A to d1.
So let's say after Rook AD1, Black plays, for example, Bishop to B7.
Okay. So now if I played knight e5, you could potentially try to defend everything with b5. No, there's still knight b5.
Well, then there's knight takes b5, yeah. So knight e5, yeah, is a move here.
You might still be able to take.
Still, yeah, what happens if I take?
Yeah, I think you would still get away with that. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's next.
Yeah.
We could go bishop f4, we could go e4, we could go bishop c1 even.
Right, but it's always difficult to really prove the compensation here, you know? I mean, if you go e4, Black can just play, let's say, knight bd7. And I have some experience here with from the Black side, and I never really see White's compensation here. Yeah, I think Black's just doing fine. Yeah, h4 is a move. Yeah, it does get a little bit annoying. Like what White can do here, though, to be fair, is to go e5. Yeah, let's say h4. I like that move. And then let's say Black goes h6. Then White can consider e5, knight d5, and queen e4. To go queen g4 and go for the attack.
Yeah. I mean, White's got some space. They've got some threats in this kind of position. You know, Dubov even played the Catalan without castling, with like h4, king f1. This kind of position here.
Oh,
it was a little bit much, you know, but he just played king f1 and left the rook here. Then you could play like knight g5 even with a pawn on h6, you know.
Right, yeah, Dubov, he just always sacks, you know, the pawn on c4. It feels like in the Catalan.
Yeah, he's like, give me any position like this, and I'll come up with something to justify it. Okay, here's another move: bishop c1. So I'm basically trying to play knight e5.
Right, but if Black goes, for example, you know, b5, or
and let's say I just keep going with this, you're going to bring the queen out.
Yeah, what Black could also do.
We've got
well,
E4.
I was actually considering this should be fine for Black, but I was thinking if Black could go knight bd7, right, and then after knight e5 take on e5 and go knight d5,
right?
But I'm not sure if it works out because White can go pawn to e4. So take knight e5.
Oh, you wanted to go knight d5. Wow, that's risky.
Right,
I thought
but
you were going to
don't think
d7.
it works out because you have e4.
Yeah.
Knight b4. And then rook takes d8, knight takes c2, and rook d7 in the end.
That's a cold shower for Black. Yeah, I was expecting, what I was lining up for with rook d1 was I was expecting knight to d7 in this position, but we've got e4 played by Mamedyarov without rook d1. I'm mildly surprised to be wrong on this one. I really thought there was something about rook d1. Some kind of flexibility, right? Between playing e4 or knight e5 or knight g5, different ideas. But he just goes for e4. So big center. You know, always some compensation, but also something to prove.
Right. Yeah, let's see what Radjabov is going to do here, but I think he should be doing fine. So let's say bishop b7, and then maybe b5 potentially to really try to clamp down on that c4 pawn.
Right. Hold on to this pawn. Get your pieces coordinated. You can't really counterattack white's center for a while, right? But you just try to be coordinated so that if white makes any d5 or e5 or knight e5 moves, so that you're like well poised to defend yourself when those come in. And maybe eventually your plan is to even play b4 and use your strength on the queen side.
Right. Okay. In the meantime, we do have more moves in the game between Wang Hao and Wesley So. But once again, I think this one is just headed for a draw. So bishop d3, g6 was played, and knight g7. And now c6, rook e1, and bishop f5. Knight x5 and knight f3. Yeah, all of this has been seen before.
Yeah.
And yeah, black generally just manages to equalize here.
Yep. Yeah, nothing to light my fire in this one. Let's check in on Maxime and Anish because they were not playing the rookie one Berlin line. So, whoa, we got some slightly unusual moves in their game as well. H6. That's quite a move. So rookie
never
one.
Seen that move. I wonder what the point is. Like, what exactly Anish wants.
Yeah, I mean, here we're on move 5, and our new like database tool just disappears the moment you play h6. Let me click on openings and see if there are any games with it. 0 games in the chess.com database. So he went from like hundreds of games to 0 in one move there. And if I were to guess a move that would keep us in the database, it would be pawn to a6.
Right, yeah, pawn a6 is definitely the main move here. And yeah, how often do you see these days that a novelty is being played on move 5?
Very, very, very rare in classical chess. So could the idea be something with g5 and knight g6, or is it just sort of a waiting move that doesn't hurt him to get out of some opening theory?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think it could have to do with a potential g5 push. I mean, of course, the move h6 can very often be useful, but yeah, I'm struggling a little bit to really see the idea behind it.
I think MVL may have slightly suspected g5 as well, because his response b3, I mean, one thing it does is it makes g5 a little bit less good because of bishop b2. You know, the bishop's definitely coming to an improved diagonal, right? If black's setting up pawns like this, and then your bishop switches to this diagonal, I mean, maybe rook g8 fits in with black's plan, so we wouldn't necessarily call it a lost tempo, but it's a little committal, and the bishop ends up good over here.
Indeed. So after the move b3, Anish played the move a6, and now MVL gave up the bishop pair. So I wonder what Anish had in mind had MVL just retreated the bishop to the f1 square.
Right. And one of the main reasons, folks, that rook e1 is played so quickly in this line by white is to be able to keep the bishop somewhere convenient if black plays a6. The bishop's exposed on c4. It gets in the way on d3. It gets in the way on e2. So, you know, around this point here, if black plays a6, white's just going to trade the bishop because it's got nowhere to go. But the point of black's line is to bring the knight to e7 to not get doubled pawns. And then you see white playing rook e1 before d4, before the knight or the bishop get developed. And that is because probably most of the time white plays bishop f1.
Right.
But with the inclusion of b3 and h6, we see Maxime choosing to trade on c6. So he gives
Yeah,
up the bishop pair sort of for a tempo.
Yeah, slightly surprising. And after Giri recaptured, he played bishop e2. Anish played pawn b5, very natural. And here MVL played knight c3, bishop e7 by Anish. And after a4, a bit of a surprising decision by Anish. I thought that he was going to play the move b4 here, but he decides to take the pawn. I guess after b4, MVL wanted to go knight to d5.
Ah, that would be a reason that you wouldn't have time for b4. I was going to say, like, initially, when you see Maxim's knight c3 move, it's a little bit inconvenient, right? Because it's almost like his whole idea was to make it hard for black to play bishop e7, and then he plays knight c3 and allows bishop e7.
Right. So the question is, let's say MVL would have played a move like d3, for example, right? How black would have castled here?
Yeah. I mean, another move they sometimes play in these lines is f6, but not with a pawn on h6. Now you can't do that.
Yeah, and I agree.
So, knight h4, and you can almost give up.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, because queen h5 will be very difficult to deal with. So yeah, I don't know what how Anish would have proceeded here, but I'm sure there must be some sort of way to get your king out of the center.
Maybe queenside. Maybe you keep playing like bishop b7 is a useful move, queen c7 is a useful move, and you sort of threaten you might go queenside.
Yeah, perhaps. What Anish could also consider is to go, let's say d6, knight bd2, and e5, and then bishop e7 on the next move.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. This bishop's happy. You're
right,
playing like a Ruy Lopez for black.
On granite.
Yeah, you've dealt with this guy, and now you're playing a slightly slow but very strong Ruy Lopez for black. And I'm feeling like my only chance is c3, d4, but you can probably just ignore my pawn when it comes to d4.
Yeah, and I think so too. Yeah, I think after c3, as you mentioned, we'll just go bishop e7, d4, and perhaps just castles. Keep that bishop on b2 blocked in.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, we're totally in like closed Ruy Lopez territory, right?
Right. But I guess black gets a quick f5 perhaps and should be doing okay.
Right. And happy with this bishop.
Yeah.
Looks very happy. Yeah, it's like a Ruy Lopez without the bishop on c2.
Yeah, which is very interesting, because usually you would think, okay, with the bishop on c2 is not doing anything. Yeah. Right? But actually what it is doing is controlling that f5 break. So since white does not have the bishop, black can play f5 comfortably and should be doing completely fine.
Yeah.
But we do have more moves in this game.
Yes, we do. So he plays knight c3. Giri plays bishop e7. I imagine knight d5 was a candidate move here for Maxim, who we see spending a lot of time trying to work out what he's doing. It was probably a candidate move. Usually when you see a4, it's because someone's just trying to maximize, right? They want an even better knight d5. But like if he played knight d5 right away, takes, knight b8, d6 or whatever. I mean, he's crushing, right? Maybe black should just castle on that move. And after takes, maybe not the end of the world.
Right. I was thinking if MVL would play 95 right away, maybe Giri would just castle out of the center immediately.
Right. Yeah. So this is tactically possible, but I agree with you. Very likely Anish would simply castle in response and say like, yeah, congratulations. You go knight b1, knight c3, knight e7. But, you also played bishop takes c6. So why would any of us care about any of this? It's more or less equal.
Right. So I think with the move a4, MVL wanted to provoke b4, because then that pawn could be a weakness later on. If we go into the same variation, so let's say black castles, we take on e7, black recaptures with the queen, and now we perhaps go pawn d4. And
it's a big choice between d4 and d3, huh?
Right. I mean, yeah, both look possible, but I would say if white plays d3, maybe black once again goes for e5, and should be fine, I guess, with d6 and bringing out the bishop.
It's solid, and the position slows down so much after e5. Okay, so we tried d4. guess I'll take for black and put the bishop on the long diagonal. Yeah.
Right. Even though this still looks fine for black, I would say.
Yeah. White's bishop on b2 might be like a drop better than black's bishop. But the c2 pawn is also a little bit worse than the d7 pawn. So who knows?
True. Right. But yeah, Anish took on a4 instead.
Yeah. I don't know if that would have been a big deal. I mean, it would be like a small weakening, but maybe not a big deal. He takes like this and castles. And
d4 by MVL.
4.
Pawn takes d4. And now I expect knight takes.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder, does white have anything of an edge in case black goes, let's say, bishop to b7? I'd say black should be doing pretty fine. I mean, he has the two bishops. White's pawn structure is slightly better, I would say, with the isolated a pawn. But yeah, I think black shouldn't have any real problems here, and perhaps has some potential to be better.
Yeah, I mean, good bishop pair, pretty easy development. It's an interesting game. I see ideas for both sides. Maxime's still burning some time. I mean, what's he thinking about other than knight d4 here, or what? Let's see if we can get into his head. Like maybe he's worrying about something on the next move, but I don't really see anything I would consider.
Perhaps he's away from the board, because usually, I mean, he plays moves like knight d4 very quickly. But yeah, I think Anish has all the reasons to be happy about the outcome of the opening. I mean, it looks like he's a comfortable position. He's up half an hour on the clock. So what is there not to like?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm slightly regretting the bishop takes c6 move for white, because I'm struggling to see like any position for white that's so good that we want to give up the bishop pair for it. Okay, so that's an interesting position, probably transposing into a kind of open Sicilian. And what else? Topalov and Magnus, they've progressed. We've got all the bishops traded, which is, a mildly unfortunate feature of this Italian game is sometimes everybody plays bishop e6, bishop e3, and then you have to play the game without bishops.
Right, yeah. So yeah, they get this typical Italian structure where black has these doubled e-pawns. The question is how either side is going to proceed. Maybe at some point Topalov could go for pawn at d4. I wonder what he's going to do with his queenside pawns, right? I don't think, white should be too thrilled about putting the pawn on a3. Then black can perhaps try to go b5, knight a5 to b3 later, which could be a little bit annoying. So white could play d4, but then he might have to reckon with something like a3, b4, e takes d4, c takes d4, and then knight b4. Oh, I was looking at the live position. Sorry.
Okay, sure. I'll go to the live position and see it. So you're saying if white plays d4 in the live position, black might play a3, and then b3 takes, and post the knight up here.
Yeah, I don't know if this is good. It might not be good, but it is something that white has to consider. I guess in this position, white might have to move queen d2, and black doesn't have a good way to defend the knight.
Challenging the knight. Yeah. Okay, let me like recap the moves for everybody, and then we can get more into that. So in this position, Magnus played bishop e3. Veselin played bishop e3. Magnus traded it, took with the rook. I guess he needs the knight to defend the e-pawn, so that's why he doesn't put the knight on e3 here. Also, I mean, with the e6 pawn, the whole plan of putting the knight on e3 is kind of mostly out the window, I guess. So we got rook e3, queen d7, Rook c1, slightly mysterious move from Veselin.
Well, I think he's looking at the move d4 because then after e takes, c takes, the c file opens up.
Righto. All right, mystery revealed. Mystery no longer. Rook c1. That's why we've got you here. a4, knight g3, protecting the e pawn some more. Queen f7. So they had this position, Wesley So versus Arian Tari a couple days ago. Very, very, very close to this position. That game, Tari played with pawns on a5 and b6, and Wesley played a4. And in that game, I felt like Wesley didn't play d4 soon enough. And Tari got time to sort of double rooks on the f file and get some control of the game. So under that impression, I'm looking at this game and wondering, like, when are you going to play d4, Veselin?
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess if white has the pawn on a4 instead of, black pawn being on b4, I get on a4. I guess black can always trade on d4 and put the knight on b4, right, where it's on an outpost and it cannot be challenged.
Yeah.
But here that is a little bit more difficult. So perhaps it's an advantage for white that he hasn't committed the a pawn yet. I guess Magnus feels like, okay, if my opponent doesn't play a4, I'm gonna play a4. Right. So this is sort of the idea of why black has started playing a5 very early on in their time. Usually they play the move a6, but then white would very often gain a lot of space on that side of the board by going a4 and b4. So it's about very small nuances in these types of positions. I feel like Magnus should be doing fine here, but I would still slightly prefer Topalov's position. I feel like he's got the only break in the position with the move d4, but perhaps Magnus is looking at d5 at some point. I'm slightly surprised, to be honest, that he put his queen in f7 and that he did not double his rooks on the f file.
Yes, the plan that Tari used in the other game was rook f7 and rook af8, but he didn't have the pawn advanced on a4 that's undefended. So if Magnus wanted to use the second rook on f7, he would have to defend the a pawn with his queen or with b5, which looks like too weakening of the c file when Topalov's already looking for ways to use the c file, right? So we might be looking at knight e7 to g6 and then double rooks. And then I guess a question would be, while you maneuver the knight from c6, does white strike with d4?
Yeah, I think you do. I don't immediately see a good response here for black. I think you probably have to take on d4, white's going to recapture. And yeah, black doesn't, I mean, it's not the end of the world for white. White has a little bit more space, but white should be a tiny bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, I mildly like this transition for white, that we've got the c file open and the center established. For the moment, I don't see a good way to advance d5 or e5, but we can try and bother the c pawn, see how black handles that. Oh, in the game, he's played d4. All right. Answer to all my questions.
Yeah, so we have d4 on the board. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. I don't like, I think the line that we showed after a3, white should be a bit better. But I guess after a3, white should play b3. Because if you go b4, black can take on d4. You cannot recapture with the pawn, because then you hang b4. You could take with a knight. I don't know if you're still better there. Or maybe you can take with the pawn. And then after knight takes, perhaps a move like queen b3, because there's also knight g5, and you hit a lot of stuff in the black position.
Yeah. This was something I noticed about Magnus's move, queen f7, is that white could just play knight g5 and force the queen back to d7 or e7 in the position where Topalov played d4, right? Queen f7, right. Like, if you don't want the queen coming to g6, or you don't want knight h5 or whatever you think black's up to, like, white could just do this. It's not like...
Indeed.
Yeah, not like Magnus was going anywhere, but he plays d4, which looks like a good move. And on a3, I guess white could play b3 or b4, and I don't know which to prefer now, but either way, it seems playable for white.
Yeah, I kind of like the position for Topalov. I think he might have a small edge here. And yeah, we see why moves like h6 are always useful in these types of positions. For the moment, white
Right.
is not threatening to take on e5. Like, let's say we play a move like h6, right? Because if white takes an e5, black can very comfortably meet that with knight at g4, and he doesn't have to deal with double isolated pawns.
Oh, and just put a knight on e5 and you're very well placed.
Indeed.
A mix
So
of
perhaps,
solid pawns and active pieces. Wow, that's a
so perhaps
thing.
what Topalov should do after h6 is play the move h3.
Okay. You think you should just play h3 to stop knight g4?
Right, and maybe now he is trying to take an e5.
The funny thing to me, Benjamin, is that like this position here, I was just thinking how like Magnus kind of passed up h6. That's kind of the most unusual thing about the opening that he's played. And Topalov has also passed up h3. If you had those two moves
Right.
on the board, it would be a normal position, I was thinking. And then you said, oh yeah, they should play h6, h3 here.
Yeah, well, I mean, the moves like h6 and h3 are pretty much always useful. I mean, you make some look for the king, you take away the g4 square. So if you don't know what to do, play h6 and h3, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, with that last piece of advice, I think we are gonna be taking a very short break. But don't go anywhere, you guys. You don't want to miss the last round of action in Norway chess. Who's gonna win? Is it Magnus Carlsen, Shaker, Mamedyarov? You will all find out about it after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a quick bird's eye view around all the games here in round 9, the final round of Norway chess, and give some quick impressions here. Benjamin, you were right about h6 from Magnus Carlsen. So that was some world championship level advice you gave us there at the end of last segment, to just play h6 if we need a useful move. I think Mamedyarov and Radjabov are giving us a very, very interesting position, with Mamedyarov pushing e4, e5 quickly, and then transferring the knight from c3 towards the king side. That position's got a lot of potential to me.
Indeed, yes. So we left off here after the move e4. So Radjabov played bishop. Oh, he played knight bd7, and after e5, knight d5. Knight e4 was played, and here bishop a6 to try to hang on to the pawn on c4. Indeed, the main move here I'll be looking at is the move knight eg5, threatening checkmate on 1. So black's pretty much forced to go g6. And now white has a lot of options. Perhaps we can even consider h4 right away. And if you go c3, we just go bc. You take an f1, I recapture with the rook. And I don't know, at least it looks like a lot of fun for white. But I guess they go the rook, you know.
Yeah, so that's a clean exchange, but the position is far from the rooks, you know, getting active, getting important. And meanwhile, white's just planning to crack that kingside position with h5. It looks like lots of fun for white. Maybe bishop h3 could be a useful angle for that piece to help to ramp up the pressure against this pawn structure. So yeah, knight eg5, that's definitely a focal move. I'm feeling like Mamedyarov's playing this game very confidently, or like I get the sense like he knows which direction he wants to take it, because for me, e4, e5, it's always like a kind of decision that you may hesitate about. Like, do I want to give up control of d5? Do I want to sort of go all in on the kingside attack? Also, once you've played e5, it's easier for black to counter your center with c5 because your center's not flexible anymore. Do you think it's notable that he's played these moves and made these decisions in, you know, just 15 minutes or so, that he went all the way through to this knight e4 idea?
Yeah, no, I agree. He does seem to be quite confident. I think he's just really thinking on Radjabov's time, because as we said before, Radjabov has spent already quite a bit of time, 45 minutes to be exact. And yeah, I feel like Mamedyarov is just you know, going for it, just playing confidently. And yeah, I wonder what Radjabov has in mind here after the move knight eg5, as we said before. Once again, g6 does seem to be forced to me. And once again, we could move that rook out of the way so we don't sacrifice it. But I kind of like the idea of just going h4, and then if c3, just retake and recapture. And I don't know, white's attack is not going anywhere, and I don't see how black can, you know, ward it off easily.
Yeah. Yeah, so the position we're at, it is Mamedyarov's turn, and now he's considering, right? And so other options, I mean, he could play a move like rook f e1. It wouldn't be a terrible move either, right? Strengthening the e5 pawn, discouraging f6, and not offering that sacrifice. But I would say Mamedyarov's not somebody who's afraid to offer the sacrifice. Like, if he thinks that it's time to play knight g5, he'll play it. Oh, and I'm noticing with his move order, he didn't really give Radjabov a very good option to play h6 instead of g6. If possible, I often prefer to deal with knight g5 with the move h6, but because of how quickly he played e4, e5, knight e4, the c pawn was hanging.
Well, maybe it's what Radjabov should have done anyway, right? Let white recapture on c4, and then perhaps continue with bishop b7, go for a quick c5. And black should be more or less fine here, right? I mean, maybe white can be a tiny bit better, but the current position they have in the game can be extremely dangerous for black, and white can easily just lose in the next couple of moves if he's not careful.
Okay. But the hanging pawn was definitely an element, right? Because that's probably something that made Radjabov want to defend the pawn versus playing h6.
Right, right. And as we speak, actually, something has caught my attention.
Mhm.
Look at the game between Wang Hao and Wesley So, because when you look at this at first glance, it looks like there's a transmission error, right? Like, what is that rook doing on e5? Like, hasn't white captured on e8?
Yeah, let me double check
But
it. Yeah, that makes no sense.
well, but here's the thing. If white were to take on f6 right away, black takes with the queen, and white's in trouble. Because if you take the queen, then rook e1 is checkmate. And if you take on e8, we go knight takes e8, and we protect that queen on f6. And if white takes on e8 right away, black goes knight takes, and it's completely fine. So with rook e, then we take with the knight. So rook e5 might look very odd, but if white takes, white has knight h6 check. The king moves over, and there's knight f7, and white just wins the queen in the game.
GG. That is a very interesting move in an otherwise boring game. Rook to e5.
Right.
So the threat is to now really take this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And this knight's already busy defending the rook.
Mm-hmm. I see how this game might end.
Yeah.
Maybe black will play king f7, and in case of knight h6, king f8, knight g4, king f7, and they always find a way to find a repetition, you know.
Beautiful. I can see you've been watching a lot of top tier tournaments.
Indeed.
You spotted that one a mile away, and king f7 has been played. So perhaps they can put this snooze fest to rest with at least one fancy move here on rook e5.
Yeah, no, I do expect this game to end in a draw shortly. But yeah, the good news is that we will have an Armageddon game then between Wang Hao and Wesley So.
Yeah. Okay, so the other game really exciting me is Tari-Anand, and I want to get your thoughts on what's going on here. I think that the b4 move, which was played here immediately by Tari, I like it a lot. We had talked about f4 in this position, but b4 right away. I love it.
So b4 right away by Tari, hitting the knight jump to a4. I guess black did not want to go to e6 because then white can get f4, f5, with a tempo.
Yeah.
Knight jump to a4.
There's f4, f5, and there's a4, right? So.
Right. Yeah. You also stop a4. That's a very good point. With the knight coming to a4.
Yeah. So b4, just right off the bat from Tari, I really like that because this knight was controlling the light squares. It's also going to reduce the impact of this d4, d3 idea if there isn't a knight on c5 controlling d3. And a lot of lines we tried, by the time we played b4 for white, black could answer d4, ignoring the knight was hanging and just sort of smash through the center. So I think this was very clever timing by him, although it's taking him a lot of time to find that move.
Indeed. So yeah, here after f4, we see the move queen d7 by Vishy. So he's threatening to go queen g4 and queen f1, which would force a draw on the spot. So I guess Tari has to do something about it, like maybe the move queen e2 that we discussed earlier. But you can also consider sliding your king out of the way with king h1, perhaps then followed up with rook to g1.
Right. And if black plays queen g4, then maybe you just play f3.
Right.
Take control of those squares.
Now it just feels like black is losing too much time.
Yeah. So yeah, so king h1 should be an option here. Queen e2 should be an option. And let's go wild. Is f5 an option too? Is that another way to?
Well, maybe here black goes g6 to try to get the pawn out of the way.
Right. So now with the pawn committed, black may be able to engineer a trade we don't want.
I mean, you have e6, but I doubt that that's going to work out. Because here,
but it'll be fun.
Right. So here, maybe after queen d6 immediately, or after taking on e6 first, I feel like black should be doing fine. Because white's king is going to open up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, White's really like lagging a bit behind in development. I just can't see where all these pawn pushes are going, except opening a black rook at some point. So I'm gonna give up on that actually. What? Okay, so yeah, Queen E2 and King H1, they both look pretty good. Does Queen E2 encourage the D4 move from black again? We would have rook
well, I guess
D1.
D4, there's rook D1, which looks pretty pleasant for white. Oh, but black can go knight takes C3. And if knight takes knight D4. Oh, no, sorry. Instead of D4, here knight takes C3.
No.
And if you recapture, I go knight D4. You go queen D1, for example. I take on C2, you recapture, and queen G4
goodness.
With a perpetual.
Dang, killing the game like a pro.
Finding repetitions left and right. Yeah.
Yeah. Dang. And Wang Hao and Wesley So, speaking of the repetitions, I mean, left and right, the knight went back and forth. You nailed that one too. You should play in Norway chess next year.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Or, yeah. Just, I've been watching too much top level chess. I know how they're going to make a draw.
Yeah. That is crazy. So look at that, folks. Knight takes C3 from Benjamin Bach. Just killing that game. Whew. Dang.
Yeah, the question is, it might not be necessary for black. Maybe black just has a fine position anyway.
Right. But Vishy may be very happy with his position.
Right. Yeah, he could try to go for the win, especially if he still wants to have a small chance of winning this tournament.
Queen E2 has been played, by the way, just now by Tari. So Vishy's got knight C3 right here if he wants it. I like black's position enough to probably keep playing if it were me.
I mean, yeah, we'll see. He probably sees right away that he has a draw in his pocket with the move knight takes C3. I wonder what he can do to keep the game going, you know?
How about bishop takes B4? Can we get another draw?
Then I have E6, I guess.
Yeah, you can blow black's spot with E6. You also might have bishop takes knight winning, but E6 really, that really just kills what black's doing.
Yeah.
So no bishop B4, folks. All you want to be grandmaster drawers, you got to be very precise if you want to nail those draws. It's not enough to just be like, oh, I see a fantasy variation. No, got to do it right.
But yeah, let's see here. I mean, Anand could also perhaps just castle. But then, I mean, maybe after, say, rook to D1, I kind of like Arjan's position.
So you're just going to leave these guys in here forever and still say white's good.
Well, I mean, queen D3 could be a threat potentially. There's a 5. I don't know. I feel like it's not easy for black to deal with white's potential kingside initiative.
Yeah, I am running a little bit low on ideas for black because my F6 break is sort of never working anymore without the knight on C5. You always have E6 for white. If not, queen H5 killing me. But you could always play E6 first and play queen H5 next as well. So I'm pretty unhappy that I don't have this. I want to play D4, but you're all set up for it. So I'm feeling a little bit low on ideas for black. So let me go back here before castling and try and look a little deeper into this. How could we get something interesting going for black?
I don't know. It's a good question. Let's see what else black can do.
The knight on A4 doesn't have a lot of potential outside of knight C4.
So what do you think? Do you think Vishy is going to go for knight C3 or not?
Depends how good an alternative we can come up with for him, right? Like if the best we can come up with is castles, rook D1, and we don't know what to do next, then at that point, I mean, even I might play knight takes C3. But I mean, my dream is, I don't know, H5, rook H6, or I don't know. I want to do something.
Right.
If I play knight
Hmm.
B6, white can probably still play A4.
Yeah, or I mean, there's still stuff like F5, rook to D1. It looks dangerous for black, I think.
Okay. Let's go with but D4 also opens up bishop E4, right? We didn't even mention like D4, we said rook D1, right? But even here, I mean, there's also issues with bishop E4 that, I mean, we'll have to be pretty careful about these
Right.
squares. Because I was thinking also of like queen H3. I'm not really like trying to take on the pawn on C3, but I'm kind of trying to play D4 without rook D1 being lined up.
Yeah. And what do you think? Do you think Arjan missed knight takes C3, or he just decided to allow it?
I don't know him well enough to guess this correctly. But I will guess that he saw it and allowed it.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. I feel like it's findable, right? Because
Yeah.
I mean, we know that as soon as that queen lands on G4, it's a perpetual.
Yeah.
So you start looking for a way for black to get that queen there, and then
yeah. I'm also thinking in terms of like, you know, how ambitious he's been at this tournament. I mean, he's played great, but he hasn't been very ambitious, right? Like he's played great, but I would say within the context of being satisfied to draw any game he could draw. I haven't seen him really go all out on anybody.
Right. I mean, he's had a lot of tough black games, right? This is only his fourth white game in the tournament. He has 3 white games before. He was in a lot of trouble against Wang Hao. He actually managed to win that game quite miraculously. I feel like he did play, creatively against MVL, but it kind of backfired. And then he had, well, against Magnus, he did keep it very, very solid.
Yeah.
So that is the one game where, you could say that, he was not trying to take any risks whatsoever from the very beginning.
Yeah. And I don't mean to sound negative by saying that, that he hasn't seemed to play very ambitiously to me. I mean, as you said, he's played up to today, he's played 5 blacks in 8 games, and he's like playing really, really strong players. And I mean, even if you want to win against players like this, you may not even be able to see it because they're so good. You may never get the chances, but I don't see him going out of his way to avoid a draw. So, all right, let's try out my queen h3 move for a second. Let me try and understand something about this game. So queen h3, I sort of liked black's position, but I'm struggling to come up with ideas for black. So I want to kind of reconcile that. Is rook d1 a reasonable move here for white in response? Yeah, or should white defend the pawn?
Well, rook d1, I mean, can black just take on c3? What exactly is our idea there?
Right.
Black does take. So take. Be missing some sort of ideas. What I wonder about.
I can't do anything too fancy because the rook is attacked, probably. I mean, it's the open Rui. When I was a kid, there was a very famous game between Kasparov and Anand in the World Championship match where he let Anand take this rook. I'm sure Vishy remembers.
Yeah, I was looking if someone like, I can't make something like e6 work.
Right. Trying to go after the light squares. Yeah.
I feel like white should have something here, but the question is,
if we play bishop d2, maybe knight d4 from black, right?
Well, I guess just queen takes c2.
Even easier, I guess.
Yeah.
But my knight d4 move is winning too, I think.
Probably,
okay, queen c2. And on rook c1, you've got check on g6.
Yeah, and that yeah, pretty much ends the game.
So what are we doing here? Rook B1. Bishop E3. Bishop E3. So, I mean, I couldn't defend the B pawn. I don't know what the justification is for anything White's doing, but I couldn't defend the B pawn. I had to save the rook. So I gave the B pawn.
Right. Yeah, so I think Queen H3 also makes a lot of sense. So I guess it's really between those two moves, right? So I guess if Vishy just wants to call it, a tournament, so to speak, he will go knight c3, knight c3, knight d4. I'm sure he must see it. But if he's in a more combative mood, he can consider the move queen to h3.
Yeah. So, I mean, would you consider queen h3? Does that look like a possible move?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I don't see right away, right? Like if black captures the pawn on c3, how we are gonna punish black. I'm trying to see if there's a way.
I'm just seeing we've got this little like info card here for Ariane Tari below our faces, right? Showing people his classic rapid and blitz ratings. And Tari, I just want to say, like, the youngest player in this tournament, just for context for people, he is gaining 7 points so far in this tournament, and his sort of live updated rating is 2670 FIDE, which is the highest it's ever been in his life, right? So this is somebody who's young and showing improvement right now. So, overall, a good performance from him and a good point in his career right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure that he's definitely, pretty much as any players in the 2600, he wants to make it to 2700. Right now, as you said, he's only 30 points away, so he's slowly but surely moving up the ranks. But I would say one thing for Tari, though, is that I don't find him that convincing against, these top players, right? He won one game against Wang Hao, but I feel like he was under a lot of pressure very on from that game, and later on, Wang Hao just blundered a full piece. So
yeah,
he showed improvement. He's extremely solid. He's very tough to beat because he's very well booked up with the white and with the black pieces. But he's gotta, like, if he really wants to make that push to 2700, I feel like he's gotta become, more dangerous, so to speak, also against these 2750 guys.
Right. Okay, well, Vishy's having a long think. Let's check on the world champion.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so we have this game here between Magnus and Topalov. Magnus did play the move H. I mean, why are they all listening to my moves?
Yeah, but Topalov did not listen. No H3 from him.
Oh.
So DE5 probably remains an empty threat as long as black could play knight g4. But in any case, look at Magnus using that queenside space. Covers e5 some more, avoids any queen b5 poking at him.
Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about the rook a5 move. I feel like, I mean, it holds the center for now, but it looks kind of clumsy, right? It feels like sooner or later you will have to retreat that rook. Anyway, so after rook a5, Topalov played h3. Always a useful move. Magnus played knight h5. We saw a trade. Then rook to d1. And after queen f7, a3. So I still do think that Topalov is a tiny bit better. And I don't really see Magnus winning this game, to be honest. So let's say this game ends in a draw, right? That would give Vachier a chance to win the tournament outright in case he would win his game. But actually, sorry that we're jumping from one game after another. Vishy has taken on c3.
Okay, so that's going to be the end of of that game after queen e2, knight c3 played, knight c3 played quickly by Tari. I think that tells us that he probably was aware of all this. And that game should be agreed, drawn pretty soon. So back to the world champion for a moment. It feels like the rook on a5, which you call out for being a bit awkward, is also kind of holding black's position together, because I think Magnus is showing that he doesn't really want to open the c file. So is he going to use his queen on f6 or f4 or something to help support e5 as well to get flexibility for the rook?
Possibly, yeah. But yeah, like just to, you know, we were talking earlier about Tari, and yeah, the fact that he did allow this, I mean, it's still a question, right? Like whether he missed knight takes c3 completely or whether he allowed it. Like we think he might have just allowed it. It sort of tells us that, you know, he doesn't perhaps like he needs to be a little bit more aggressive, I guess, against these top players with the white piece if he really wants to make a push forward.
Right. Yeah. So like, even if you get surprised by some opening that you weren't planning for, maybe it surprised you that in this case that Anand played bishop takes f3, right? That may have been not what he was counting on. Even if you get mildly surprised, if your position is fine, you have to roll with it and still believe in yourself to make something out of the game.
Right. But yeah, anyway, this game does seem to be headed for a draw.
Okay.
So yeah, let's have a look at this game between Magnus and Topalov. Yeah, so Magnus could put the queen on f6, exert a little bit of pressure on that pawn on d4, and I wonder what exactly Topalov is going to do. It's always the question in these Italians, you know, very often the players just shuffle back and forth, and I think, I mean, do you see any way, like we agreed that white is a tiny bit better, right? Do you see any way to improve the position a little bit here for white?
I mean, I don't see anything to do other than eventually trading on e5. And
right,
I understand like that would be very close to drawn.
Yeah. Okay, I have an idea. Like after a3, let's say you play queen f6, right? Let's say I go, you know, rook d2. And let's say you shuffle back and forth, right? You go queen f7.
Yeah.
I go queen c4.
Well, I just go king h8.
Or king h8. Yeah, for sure.
Queen
let's
c4.
Say I go queen c4. Yeah.
King h7. I'll just wait
for the revelation. And now I take on e5. And my point is that by putting the rook on d2, actually, I don't know if it's even necessary. That after knight takes c5, well, actually, I could take on c7 anyway, because I can recapture the rook on f3.
But you're sort of covering f2 in case so the knight wouldn't be stuck.
Right. And even if your queen was on well, let's say after queen c4, you would play queen f7, right?
Okay.
I would take anyway, because now if you take, I can take with a knight, and if you take with the rook, you hang the a4 pawn, and my pawn on f2 is defended. So I think that might be an idea for Topalov to slowly
sneaky the queen to c4. Okay. Yeah, that's a challenge. What I'd thought of for white was not challenging in that way. I was thinking maybe you could bring the knight to g4 instead of f3. So you still fight for e5, push the queen back, and your rook gets access to f3 and g3. But I didn't yet have anything concrete to do with that. But this queen c4, she's looking at c7, e6, and a4. That's really something.
Indeed, yeah.
Whew.
But the question is always, you know, let's say the queen lands on c4, right? What happens in case black goes pawn at d5 is what I wonder.
Okay, black tries to fight back. And I think white's just going to take on e5 and then take on f6.
But then don't I have queen takes f3?
Oh, shoot. I wasn't
so I
on
don't-
high alert. I was not on high alert. Rook
So-
f3 and then f8 is hanging.
Oh, wait, maybe. Well, with the king on h8, it works, yeah. But I was wondering, with, sorry, like let's say if the king was still on g8, I was looking at a different position.
Sure. Sorry. Let's see. How do I want to shuffle? Queen f7 or something? Queen c4. And now d5 in this position, maybe?
Well, I mean, let's just say after queen f6 right now, let's say white goes queen c4, right?
Mhm.
And black goes d5. Now, if white takes an e5, black.
So this is without
an
rook
f3.
d2 now?
Yeah, so queen c4 here. So in case of d5,
Mhm.
I guess here, like if we go pawn takes c5, then queen takes f3 and black wins.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Agreed.
I guess after d5, maybe we just go queen e2 back. And I feel like it's very likely that black will just end up with a weak pawn on e6.
Right.
One way or another, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they can give white an isolated pawn too, maybe? Or does white take on d4 with the knight even? Yeah. Well, black's a bit worse whichever way they do it here, huh? Takes. Yeah, so black definitely doesn't want to trade on e4 and open up that pawn, so sit there with c6, I guess. And now the rook on a5 is really awkward, which you warned before that it could come up, right? But even if we don't have an e pawn to work on, white could consider e takes d5, rook e7, rook g4, and black's rook has to hope that it gets back.
Yeah. So yeah, let's see. I think Topalov should definitely be a bit better here. And I kind of like the move a3. You know, he's fixing that pawn on a4. I don't see any way for black to go, you know, knight to a5 to b3 anytime soon. And once again, it feels like any sort of trade in the center should favor white. And we have that idea of bringing the queen to c4 and perhaps putting some pressure on the black pawns.
That's a really nice one.
But actually, as we speak, the Armageddons should be starting. Well, we have that Armageddon between Wang Hao and Wesley So. Do we have any idea when that is starting? Oh, actually, it just started.
Yes, we do. There it is. D4 comes in. We're going to watch the Armageddon game, folks, because the entire game can be played in the time that one move gets played in one of the classical games. But before we watch this game, I just want to quickly see what position Mamedyarov has. And then we can watch this thing. He went for knight g5. He went for h4, allowing c3. Okay, that's all I needed to know. That is some nice, bold play from Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, this tournament can really still go any way. You know, I mean, Magnus is under some pressure. We can't, you know, exclude the possibility that he might just lose this game. So then if Mamedyarov wins this game, the tournament is just decided in his favor. But if that game ends in a draw, there's still a chance for, well, Vishy already drew, so maybe MVL then still has a chance. But right now, I'm going to say that Mamedyarov has great chances to win the tournament. Yeah,
looking really good. Carlsen's chances to win that game, you would say, are very, very low to win that classical game against Topalov, right? Just the nature of simplified, slight disadvantage, no weaknesses in white's camp.
Right.
Okay, but we'll get back to that horse race in a moment. Here we are, Wang Hao versus Wesley So. No Berlin defense this game. 1d4 into a classic Nimzo structure. He plays a3, emphasizing the bishop pair. And very, very key plan here for black is to retreat the knight from f6. So that when white tries to play f4, f5, you can freeze that pawn on f4. Keep this dark squared bishop away from g7, if possible. That'd be the big weakness for black. I mean, I think sometimes maybe they don't do it anymore, but in the old days, I think people also sometimes just tried to defend with a pawn on f6 for black, covering the dark squares with the pawn chain, but allowing white to advance and gain more space. But f5, trying to block this pawn. White fights for this square, trying to get black to trade. But black just holds the line.
Yeah,
Reminiscent.
I kind of like this approach by Wesley. White has the two bishops, but I don't really see them doing too much damage just yet. White has these double pawns and a c pawn, which are kind of weak. But the question is, how does he deal here with queen a4? I guess bishop e7 or knight a5 has got to be the move here.
Yeah, usually black would play knight a5, I feel like, because they want to have some pressure against the c pawn. This is kind of like the main plan of what black wants to positively accomplish. As long as they can hold white's attack, then the next thing they want to do is this, rook c8 and win the pawn. Just yesterday, Wesley was playing a similar kind of feeling game with Topalov. Remember his bishop g7 takes c3,
right? Yeah,
English.
Yeah, now it's on the other end. Yeah.
Wang Hao trades proactively on c5, bishop e3, trying to bring this bishop to life. And then on d6, you can maybe play e5 at some point to blow open all the diagonals for that bishop. Of course, white's pawn structure is going to be ragtag. He's just going to depend on the bishops to kind of win him the game in the middle game. Queen a4 comes in, and even without the b6 pawn, it's knight a5.
Yeah, so we see rook 81 by Wang Hao and queen c7 by Wesley. Note that Wesley is still down a lot of time on the clock. He has 5 minutes compared to Wang Hao's 7 minutes and 40 seconds. But the position looks pretty comfortable for Wesley. I mean, he can just bring his knight back to f6. Will sit quite comfortably, put the rooks on, let's say, b8 and e8. And I don't really see what Wang Hao is going to do. But of course, it's always, wait, actually, he might have a plan. He might go bishop f2 and knight f1 to e3, and then perhaps bishop h4 to hit the knight on f6. I think that's going to be his plan. So the question is what Wesley is going to do about it in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, starting with knight f6. One thing you could do is maybe put the knight on g4 and cut off white's knight from e3. Trade it before it can get to d5 and change the pawn structure. There's knight f1. You called it. I thought when Wang Hao took on c5 that he was just going to play e5 immediately to blow open this bishop. But then he took the time to centralize the rook, and now the queen covers c5, and he kind of is definitely within the blockade now.
Yes, rook a8. Here we have bishop f2 by Wang Hao. And yeah, still quite a considerable time deficit for Wesley. He's got to try to, neutralize that a little bit somewhere. Because, yeah, he has 4.5 minutes against 7 minutes and 14 seconds. We know that it's difficult to flag, right? You only have to make 40 moves to get a 1 second increment, but 1 second is not a lot. I mean, even with 1 second, you can still very easily flag.
Yeah. Okay, I was thinking he might try knight e4 here, but he's already played bishop b7. So he's taking the pressure off of c4, but also, untangling the minor pieces. I guess they've done their job. You normally use them to threaten cd4 to win the c4 pawn, and then when white trades on c5, they're no longer doing anything there. So job done. The bishop comes back. He's trying to control e4 and d5. Knight e3. Queen c6.
Oh, he's not hanging a knight, because if you take on a5, black has rook takes e3. So Wang Hao here has two decisions. He can go into the endgame, but I like the move queen c2, because if black takes on e3 now we take with the bishop and defend the pawn on g2 with the queen. And I don't know, like ever since Wang Hao went for this plan, with knight e3 and bishop f2, it feels like Wesley has been drifting. You know, he's spending a lot of time on the clock, and the position might be slightly easier to play here for Wang Hao.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, the bishop on f2, it's getting close. Oh, and as I say it, it goes. I was gonna say it's getting close to being in the game finally, right?
Indeed. Yeah.
Got around that c3 pawn, found a diagonal.
Right, so we see knight h5 by Wesley hitting the pawn on f4, but what does he have in mind in case of queen f2, which is the move that Wang Hao plays here?
Nice move. I was just going to point out, folks, don't hold your dark squares with g3. You don't want to open up queen c6, queen f2.
Bishop a6.
Stable, bishop a6.
Leaving the d5 square wide open. I don't know if Wang Hao can jump into it right now, but also Wesley is down to 3 minutes at this point.
Planning to take here in case of that.
Oh, and he goes for knight d5. So what happens if black takes the pawn? Oh, but then maybe some captures on queen a2.
Oh, nice. So you're going to want the black knight on c4 when you go for queen a2. So if they take with the bishop first, you'll trade once and then try to hit that spot. See if you can't win an exchange here. Probably you can.
Right. So we see king g7 by Wesley, but maybe bishop e2 now. Because where's the knight going? And if the knight on h5 leaves,
bishop e2, and it just got so much better.
Black's king side is just wide open. Bishop e2 looks huge here.
Yeah. It's huge. And what's black going to do? They're going to play like bishop takes c4, and then on bishop h5, bishop d5. I guess.
Right. Perhaps you can still get away with that. Yeah, I guess you can.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Wesley needs to deal with that knight really soon on d5. That can't be tolerated much longer.
But then the question is, of course, like if Wang Hao does not play bishop e2 here, what is he going to do instead? Right? Because now c4 is hanging. Wesley just moved his king out of the diagonal. He's, by the way, still down 3 minutes on the clock, but you know, otherwise you don't want to make a passive move to defend that pawn on c4.
Right. This is not like a queen f1 kind of position here.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, he does play it, and Wesley trades on e1 and goes rook to e8. I think good practical decision. I mean, still, bishop e2 now to try to rip open black's king side.
Yeah, but there's so much less firepower now, right? I mean, it's very far from checkmate.
Yeah, but still bishop e2. Good move by Wang Hao.
Okay.
Still looking tough for Wesley. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I saw that evaluation bar was really high for a moment. There must have been something very specific in that bishop e2, bishop c4, bishop h5, bishop d5 variation that you wouldn't necessarily expect a human with 2 or 3 minutes on the clock to find.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we also were not able to figure it out. Wang Hao also not. So
he played like a safe human move. He defended his c pawn, and then he still finds time for bishop e2.
Yeah, I still like his position. He's up 1.5 minutes on the clock, and yeah, it feels like it's going to be extremely dangerous for black as soon as white takes on h5. So we see queen f7 by Wesley, trying to put some pressure on the knight, but I don't think he's threatening to take anything. Although, rook d1 by Wang Hao. I don't know, because now bishop takes h5 might not be a. Oh wait, we see Wesley sacking the exchange on bishop takes c4. But what if you move the queen now?
I think he was really afraid of bishop takes h5. Basically, Wang Hao wanted to keep a rook on the board just so there was more firepower. Like he played rook d1. I'd considered rook b1. Rook d1 was definitely better than rook b1 because there's some more important squares being challenged there. Bishop b3. Just some like forcing moves from Wesley. These are like time trouble kind of moves, right? Like very direct.
Yeah, a bit panicky, I would say. Yeah, Wang Hao, controlling the position. He's just under 4 minutes, and Wesley getting down to his last minute already. Pretty soon, knight c4. So if we go rook e2 here, is there a bishop d1? Oh, that is nasty. Oh, and he
Okay.
fell for it.
Ah!
Oh, that is so
brutal.
painful. That's brutal. Oh, he played such a good game. He had, a big time advantage. But I think now he's just gonna lose. Like, I don't see how he can ever win this game.
Oh my goodness. Now he's just down a pawn and there's nothing left on the board.
No, brutal.
So, I mean, where was he supposed to go? Somehow these pieces were taking away all his squares.
I don't know. Yeah, it looked very tough. But after bishop d1,
Right? If he played rook d3, there's bishop c2. He's like fully corralled.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, he definitely fell for this, but I'm not sure what he was supposed to do here. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, but anyway, after bishop d1, he played knight e7, takes back on e2, and knight takes f4, queen f1, knight h5. Wesley up 2 pawns now. Also, his knight on c4 is very dominant, and white's pieces look very passive. I guess he wants to go queen e6 on the next move, but still only 1 minute for Wesley. But I don't know, it should be possible to, just slam out moves, right?
Yeah. Chat wants Wesley in this position here to have played rook to e1, threatening the black queen. That would certainly have been a crushing move if white could have played that. Someone else in chat wants rook b2, but then there's knight takes b2. So, I mean, even with the evaluation bar and sort of the confidence in white's position, who knows what the right move is? Maybe just rook f2, keeping the rook on the board and then find it later. But I mean, he must have been worried about the knight.
And actually, as we speak, does king f8 already win the game here? Because he went king f6, but now knight e5. Wang Hao is still in the game. I mean, you can continue to fight with here with, let's say, queen c6. But Wesley down to 40 seconds. Wang Hao's only hope is the time right now. If he can somehow flag Wesley up, but of course, it's really tough with the 1 second increment. Okay. Queen a6, queen takes c3. And black is just completely fine there. Queen b7.
Yeah.
Queen f7, king g6, both look fine. g6 is chosen. All right, 34 seconds for Wesley, but should be enough. Queen e5, queen f7.
Is there no queen c3? I guess queen e6 is awkward then because the queen can't go back without hanging the piece. So now queen f7 gets played. And yeah, Wesley just backs him up and keeps control of the light squares. Wesley has made it past move 40. So he does have a 1 second increment right now, and he's got draw odds. So hard to see this game going wrong for Wesley at this point with what's on the board. Even without draw odds, I would bet on him to take this with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he should be able to win this, but of course it's still not over. But yeah, I doubt that he is gonna flag. Yeah, Wang Hao just has to keep the game going. He has to try to keep an advantage on the clock. Queen d1. White Wesley could take another pawn now on a3, and he goes for h4. I guess it might be okay. Wesley takes, which makes sense. Not allowing the pawn to go to h5. How captures and drops the bishop back, but maybe just a5 now. Queen e4 also
centralizes the knight.
Move.
Yeah, so queen e4, pushing the a pawn. Yeah, queen e4.
But 22 seconds for Wesley. His time is ticking down slowly but surely, and that it's not something that we can underestimate. So queen e7, queen e5. Wang Hao's, he just got it. Okay,
he's making way for the knight to come back. Nope, there's a repetition. It's fine.
Wang Hao's got to try to play faster and try to press Wesley on the clock somehow.
Okay, there came a few moves looking sort of repetition-y. So Wesley is not going to show us how to win the game. He's just going to collect the draw, which wins the Armageddon for him. And that'll be 1.5 points for Wesley today. And yeah, probably some disappointment for Wang Hao around that rook e2 moment. We've got viewers wondering about his name. So I'll just quickly say that like Wang is like a family name, but in China, you usually say the family name first and then sort of like a given name. So, you know, in China, you would say Wang Hao, but Wang is his family name. And we've also had a request to go back and find the right move in this position here. So Benjamin, I'll race you to it. Okay. White to play and not hang our rook.
Yeah, I guess we just have to do the process of elimination. There's not a lot of squares we can go to. I mean, A2, B2, C2 are all covered. We saw what happened after rook E2. And after rook D3, there's bishop C2. So maybe the only square is rook F2.
Yeah. So it's just rook F2. I think, yeah. In the end, it's not a very fancy move. It's rook F2. And the knight doesn't have any like crushing discovery here, I guess. But by elimination, this is the only move we can try. Black could try knight e5 in response, hitting the queen, right? And the game remains complicated, I think, right?
Yeah, but I guess we take and we go, let's say queen e2 here, or queen e3.
Right. Queen to the e file, covering the e pawn for sure. And we keep fighting this position here. White's got an extra exchange. Knight on h5 is struggling. So ultimately, there's not like a knockout move for white. It was just a narrow path to hold it together and avoid the rook somehow getting trapped in the middle of the board and maintain Hao's advantage. So.
Indeed. But yeah, he had all the chance in the world to win this game. Perhaps bishop e2 a couple of moves earlier would have been even stronger, as we saw. But yeah, after he blundered that very unfortunate rook e2, bishop d1 sequence, it was just all over. And Wesley takes the additional half a point in this Armageddon game.
Yeah. Another Armageddon game is probably preparing itself. Ariane Tari versus Vishy Anand. If you ask when they're starting, maybe he'll play his first move. But if they're not going to move immediately, we could try to glance back at Mamedyarov, see if Radjabov took the exchange. Oh, Radjabov took the exchange. They are in a full-blooded fight.
Yeah, I really like it for Mamedyarov. I think he's going to win this game. He's just going all out.
Oh my goodness!
I don't see an easy way for Radjabov to defend against the threats, you know.
And Raja even waited a move to play c3, played king g7. Mamedyarov advanced his plan, and then he went for c3, which you can see adorned with our new feature here. Double question mark. The computer telling us do not play c3. From a human perspective, I wonder if Radjabov wasn't really sure what to do anymore on the king side.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, here a double question mark for c3 is a little bit harsh. Okay. I feel like the rook e2 move from Wang Hao definitely deserves, you know, such a label. Yeah. But here c3 does look kind of logical, right? Whereas in the other game,
did it pop up?
Rook e2 really just switched the entire fate of the game.
Did it pop up in this game when I played rook e2? Did it give it a double question mark? No.
No.
Huh.
I don't know, but I think
interesting.
The Armageddon game between Ariane and Vishy has started.
Yeah.
Ariane actually went for an Italian game in this Armageddon.
Yeah. Italian game incoming. Chat's full of the double question marks. In the Mamedyarov-Radjabov game, I was thinking that after h4 gets played, one thing Black might want to do is play h5 if they were trying to set up a blockade, right? And not not let white play h5 and poke at the king. But h5, we'll see if the computer adorns it with a double question mark for us. But h5 does the same thing of weakening g6 that h5 from white would do. And I'm pretty sure that knight takes e6 would be crushing for Mamedyarov. I didn't calculate it, but I think
Yeah,
I think in
indeed.
this position it's untenable for black.
Yeah, so it looks really tough for black to defend against the attack. Yeah, let's see what's happening in that Armageddon between Arjan and Vishy. So Arjan went for a non-standard Italian with a very quick knight to c3, and now he's going after the bishop on b6. Vishy keeping it very solid with bishop e6. Now I guess white might be a tiny bit better, but black's always so extremely solid here.
Mm-hmm.
See d4 by Tari. I guess if white gets another move, he wants to go c4 perhaps. Or, I don't know. That does weaken the d4 square. So let's see whether Tari will do it. He could also keep it a bit more conservative with, let's say, c3.
Queen e8 could be preparation for knight h5. In the Topalov-Carlsen game, queen f7 appeared to be preparation for knight h5. So this could be similar. Often if you play knight h5 in a random position like this, white can play knight takes e5 and win a pawn because your knight is undefended. So that could be the reasoning behind queen e8 from Vishy here. Play knight h5, then maybe knight f4. Okay, we get
so let's see.
the more conservative.
So let's see what Vishy is going to do. He could, he goes for knight h5, makes a lot of sense. He wants to move his knight f4. So perhaps Arjan can play king h2, so then he can always meet knight f4 with pawn at g3. Oh, he takes on b6. Okay, pawn takes. So bishop e3 by Arjan. So let's see, Vishy could put his knight on f4. And it's not easy to get rid of that knight.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what else is he probably up to, right?
Right. Because if you go g3 here, you not only have to reckon with knight takes h3, but also with knight takes d3.
Okay, here it came, knight f4.
So let's see. And Vishy is also doing a good job of closing the gap on the clock. He's now only 1.5 minutes down while he started with a 3-minute deficit. So king h2 by Arjan. I mean, maybe just queen h5 looks like a very natural move. Just bringing more pieces closer towards white's king.
Yeah, queen h5 preventing g3, threatening knight takes h3.
Yeah, so I feel like Vishy's position looks pretty comfortable and, pretty easy to play, I would say.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm seeing this a pawn as being a deficit for white, right? The trade on b6 that's given black this file. Then b4 gaining space. I see here as sort of like a negative now with this a pawn, because I think queen h5 is going to force bishop f4. And then, we won't have that tiny little bishop versus knight advantage. All we'll have is this a pawn. Black's going to have 2 files for the rooks and white 0.
Yeah, we see knight g1 by Arjan. It was important to point out that knight takes h3 was a threat. So Vishy now trades on d1, and actually maybe here, just rook a4, double up the rooks, and I don't see how white is defending the pawn on a3 so easily.
Oof, bishop c1.
Right, I guess you still have that pawn. Maybe there's knight a7 to b5 then to increase the pressure. Although you still have c4 to hang on. Well, let's see, rook a4 for Vishy here does look good.
There was an old
c1 right away.
There was an old Steinitz game where he played like this and traded pawns by making the A5 pawn break, and then, and then with pressure on the queen side, actually for white. I mean, he was black that game, but with this structure. But here, black's just got such good control of A5 and A4, and rook A4 came in. I just see this pawn staying backwards forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we see knight H5 by Vishy, F3 by Arjan. Now pawn B5. Okay, so I guess Arjan, knight E2. He has to activate his pieces. So Vishy's position looks completely fine here. He moves the rook back to, but perhaps if Arjan wants, maybe he can go for C4 sooner or later to activate his piece a little bit.
Right.
Oh, but actually C4 hangs a pawn.
Yeah, there'll always be knight takes B4 to calculate. So he goes bishop B2, connecting everything. C4 becomes more and more possible. And what about D5 for black to maybe fight against C4? No, we get knight F4.
Knight F4. Okay, so let's see. So if Arjan takes, question is how Vishy is going to recapture. I think either capture should be fine. I mean, he takes with the pawn. And now, what is Arjan going to do? I feel like maybe C4, he goes for it, takes.
Yeah.
And then perhaps maybe we see C5 by Vishy, but maybe now rook C1 and C5 to break up the structure.
Yeah, that would try and soften this file for the rook. He's played it.
So rook C1, good move by Arjan. So now it doesn't look easy for Vishy. Maybe he has to go king F7, but then there's C5, king E6. You're hanging on, but I don't know. The D6 pawn does become quite soft.
Yeah, king F7, C5, king E6 is a little rickety. He goes to trade the B pawn. Interesting. And then push past. Whoa, he doesn't trade the B pawn.
Yeah, I really like the solution from Vishy. He keeps the C file close. We see rook D5 by Arjan. He still has a lot of pressure on the E5 pawn, but rook to E8. And I don't know, black still looks extremely solid. If he gets king F7 in, which is why Arjan probably won rook D7.
Okay, so now rook E7 would hang everything to the trade and bishop E5. So that feels like not a very good option here. Anand's play has created a pretty complicated position, right? Because he has given black, he's given white some weak pawns while also maintaining some weak pawns himself. And very, very controversial. Brings the king up to contest, and it's coming to E8 next. Nice.
Yeah. Or to F7. But yeah, we see rook E7 by Vishy. I wonder how the game will continue if Arjan goes king H3 and he goes for it. Vishy can perhaps just go king F7. He goes king E8. And yeah, I feel like he should be able to bring his king to E6 before Arjan can bring his king to F5.
Yep. It's a weird race around the rook tension for king supremacy. So rook D5 maybe retreats. Okay, so he wants to make it harder for black's king to get in there by keeping the rooks. Okay, so non-plays rook A4. Do you think he's going to liquidate a pawn with B4?
Maybe, but so here's the thing. I think if Arjan could get two moves, he would want to go H5 and king F5. Oh, we see G6 by Vishy, and now
but you can just go H5 anyway against it, right?
Right. So what do you do against king takes here? Like, how do you defend everything? Well, he goes B4. But Anand is almost fully caught up on the clock. He's only half a minute down.
Trying to eventually get his rook behind white. I think that's why he's opening up the queen side. It's very, very tense.
Yeah.
And 20-second lead on the clock for Tari. Anand has been quite quick throughout this tournament, really like on top of the clock in every time format, blitz, rapid, and classical.
Bishop C3 by Arjan, but this might be very unpleasant because all of a sudden Arjan might have the idea to go bishop E1, bishop H4, hit that rook, and black will have to make a decision. If the rook goes to E6, there might be rook D7, and otherwise you might easily end up in some sort of mating net, you know?
I think his plan is he really wants to get his rook here to G2. Rook c4, there's going to be probably rook d3 played, but you think maybe bishop e1 also.
Bishop e1 to h4 looks really annoying to deal with.
I think
See what
maybe
Arian-
once the bishop got to h4, black would play rook g7.
And he goes for
Oh,
bishop e1.
we might-
Great
we
move
might
by
find out.
Arian.
We
How
might
is
find
black gonna
out.
defend here. Rook d4. Okay.
Okay, I
Bishy's
miscalled how Anand would play this. I was thinking rook c2. Yeah, rook
great move by
a1.
Arian. Now rook d7.
Fancy.
Okay, so let's see how. Arian
And they
will
are
continue.
equal on the clock.
Yeah.
Valuation bar says that Tari's just crushing somehow.
I don't like his last decision. I mean, to just give up, to trade the active rook for the rook on d7. He takes on h6, but black's pawn structure is extremely solid. Now the pawn on c5 is weak, and how do you even defend it? Because if you go bishop
rook
f2,
c2?
there's rook c2, and I mean, you can go rook f1, but that's not what you want to do. So
That would be full passive. And black could always draw that game with knight d4 going to the rook and pawn ending.
right, so I felt like Arian really had a chance there, but he just threw it by trading those rooks on d7, to be honest.
So what should he have been doing? Rook a6 to challenge the knight? Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, maybe something along those lines would have been better. But yeah, he traded on d7, took on h6, now bishop f2, c2, rook f1, but king e6 by Vishy and knight b4. I mean, white's pieces are so passive. When knight d3 coming, like, what are you gonna do here? I don't see it. Because g4, wait, this is not over. Because if you take bishop takes, and if you activate your rook with rook h1 to h6, white can still get some
White
chance.
could,
So knight d3
yeah,
by Vishy.
white can still come out with two connected pawns. Knight d3 defending e5, rook h1 activating. Vishy takes on c5. You have to also wonder about rook g2, right? Just trying to keep white from getting us free. But he grabs the pawn, and the white king is back to f5. I gotta say, I think Tari has played fantastically this game. He's managed to put real pressure on.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah,
He's
so
really
rook h7,
competing here.
King d6, but now he is the one who's down a minute on the clock. Well, he started with a 3-minute advantage.
Vishy's like played the game instantly somehow.
Yeah. I think Vishy, if he can get in, let's say c5, c4, it's going to be tough for Arian. So let's see if he can do anything in the meantime.
Right.
The problem is that you can never take on e5 because the pawn on f3 will always be hanging.
Yeah. So any version of rook h6 and taking, or if you want to be really fancy, you can take first and rook h6 later. But any version of this, you drop the f pawn at the end, and you can sign the draw on the score sheet at this level here. Sorry, that's not the move. Waiting for the next move from Tari here.
And Arian getting down to a minute here. I mean, that's very, very dangerous. Only a 1-second increment. We saw how it worked out for Wesley because the position was so drawn. But it's going to be really tough to do that in this situation. He
comes up with this idea of rook d8 to try and push Anand's king. And Anand plays king d7 in like 2 seconds. Like, you think for a minute, and in 2 seconds, the guy just says, yeah, well, I just do this. He doesn't need to defend e5 again because of the f pawn. So 1 second increment, Priya.
Yeah.
Rook h3 played. Oh, trying to defend f3 for bishop takes c5.
Tricky move.
Yeah. Anand will probably play king d6. No, he just hangs in there. What? Oh, bishop e5, rook a5. Well, it's been played. We'll find out. On rook a5, there's f4. Huh. I mean, Tari's got 5 seconds. I feel like Anand took a minute risk by not just playing king d6 and defending e5. But our table base has now kicked in, folks. TB says it is a draw. He just leaves the c pawn to die and assumes the Philidor.
Right. Yeah. So we get this position. It's a bit tricky though, with white having the double e pawns and Aryan going rook to g6. Now, if white would have only one e pawn, black can just trade. We see rook a4. Aryan only having a couple seconds on the clock. It's going to be really tough for him not to flag.
Oh, rook takes e4. Well done by Vishy.
Yeah. And this looks tricky for black, but the thing is you cannot push this pawn through. So it is still a draw. So king e6. Okay, now king f8 is the more accurate move because you want to go on the long side.
Yeah.
Oh, he went to the other side. I don't. Okay, so he eventually went back to f8 and to g7. But
Now you want to take the far file.
Indeed, and that's what he does. So this should be a draw. I'm pretty sure Vishy will hold it. If the time situation was reversed, I'd give white pretty good chances, but Aryan also only has a couple seconds here.
Yeah, king g6 is a key move there. He's playing all the right moves.
Indeed, and yeah, Vishy defending perfectly. You always put your rook on a8. Now we see the move king f6.
Yeah, you always need to be ready to meet white's e7 with king f7. That's why the rook will usually go to a8 instead of like a typical rook endgame position of like a1. And Aryan has lost on time here after king f6 or resigned or something. But in any case, that's two Armageddon games down. We still have the two tournament leaders, Magnus Carlsen and Mamedyarov-Radjabov, locked in classical combat against Topalov and Radjabov. Mamedyarov is sacked in exchange, and we will be enjoying his position when we come back after this break. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 candidates tournament is coming next week. By this time next week, it'll be round one. And there will be the opening ceremony next Thursday. You'll get to watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Ding Liren, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more. The winner will get their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title, and the exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com as part of their coverage of that tournament. I don't need to tell you not to miss it because you're not going to miss it. I know all of you are going to be watching that, and I will be watching it. So it's kind of pointless. I feel like when you tell someone to watch something, if you need to tell them, maybe they didn't want to watch it, right? And if they're going to watch it, you don't need to tell them to watch it.
Right. So maybe we should tell them not to watch it. I don't know.
Maybe that will have some effect. You shouldn't watch the best tournament of the year because I don't know.
Yeah, no, but yeah, this is definitely not something you want to miss, you guys. I think it's going to be a very exciting candidates. But yeah, right now we have Norway Chess here, and look at this position for Shakir Mamedyarov. He's going all out with the Shaq attack. I saw someone in the chat saying Shaq is looking to score a 3. Quite like that one because, you know, if he wins this classical game, he gets 3 points.
Right. And he'll have something on Shaquille O'Neal, the other Shaq, right? Because I don't think he scored many threes.
Right.
In his career, more of a drop it in the bucket kind of situation. But, you know, if this queen gets any closer, it will start to look like a dunk, right? I mean, if you play queen h7 at some point, that's pretty much just dunking it on Radjabov. And let's see. Raja has spent his tempo at some point playing b5. A pawn move on the queen side while facing an avalanche on the king side. But I suppose he had some fear that c4 would dislodge his best placed piece.
I guess so, yeah. That's the only explanation I have. But yeah, the attack is looking really scary. if Shaq just gets a couple more moves, he might be looking at something like bishop d3, then a trade on g6, and a knight e6 will already be decisive. So I guess black has to bring more pieces over to the king side somehow. So maybe a move like king e8 comes to mind. Like, let's say we go bishop d3. And the question is, what exactly is the threat here,
Are you playing queen e8 for black here?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Not the prettiest move, but
just making
my
sure I got
idea
it right.
is that like after bishop d3, right now there's no threat. And let's say you go knight 7 to b6, right? If I go queen h4, I still have rook h8 and I hang on.
I mean, one thing about that is once the rook's buried on h8, white can play h6, and sometimes you're just losing anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, that's a fair point because you're just completely entombed on the queen, on the king side.
And another thought is a big plan here is king g2, rook h1. So that's like a second string to white's bow.
Yeah, I guess black has to answer it in the same way with rook to h8.
Mm-hmm.
So the attack looks great for white, but I'm wondering how Shaq is going to break through exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I think Mamedyarov has all the chances in the world here, and things are not looking too great for the world champion.
Yeah, we've got a question from chat. Can't black use a distraction or overworking tactic on the bishop d2 to break the game open with knight c3 because the bishop is covering the knight on g5? The knight on g5 is defended twice. So that's like a very good thing to be looking for black. I mean, absolutely, good on you for looking for that for black. Very well done. But in this case, white can capture and it's still covered. And so it doesn't work out. But, if black had some kind of move, some kind of knight takes c3, some kind of knight b4, anything to distract white in the center, that would certainly be a good idea. But I think that's what was so bad, shall we say, about c3 is not only does white have this free hand to attack, but that extra b pawn in the center left Mamedyarov with a very, very stable center. Hard to find the counter against it.
Well, black could consider knight takes c3 in the current position, because if you take the knight now black will take on g5 and it's kind of out of the woods.
All right, let's go to live position. So the queen's still on d8. Got it. So here, idea knight takes c3, and then if bishop takes c3, bishop takes g5, recovering the piece.
Right, but I'd imagine that if you take on c3 here, there's queen h4, and like your knight is now under attack, and if you retreat it, then after h takes g6, white is just crashing through on the king side.
So trickier. So queen h4, the knight's still attacked. If it comes back, h takes g, and incoming dunk on h7. Alternatively, we can try something maybe like complicated looking with h6, and then we have to find a win for white here, which is probably going to be pawn takes g6, avoiding pawn takes knight because of the same queen h7 idea. And now the structure starts to collapse. Like if you get rid of this pawn so that your h pawn can move again, then white gets to play knight e6 and queen h6, and it's just sort of white starts stomping on the king side. Okay, so that was very, very close to working. Good idea, knight takes c3.
Right, yeah. Of course, everyone who's watching, feel free to let us know any suggestions in the chat. But yeah, the move queen e8 was played by Radjabov. So let's see how Shaq will continue here. Bishop d3 looks very natural.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I do wonder, let's say Radjabov played knight 7 to b6, right? Perhaps intending to go knight c4 and distract white's piece a little bit. How exactly Mamedyarov is breaking through here?
Yeah, so on queen h4, rook h8, h6 is definitely one major option. What else could it be? Queen g4 also looks playable to me. at some point you could use the idea of h takes g, bishop takes g6 to land a knight on e6. That could be another way to try to make progress.
Right, but I guess we just step the king back, and black should be fine there, I would think.
So you think even with the queen on g4, that might not yet be a threat?
Right, so let's just put it on the board, right? Like, let's say we go queen g4, black goes knight c4, and yeah, after h takes g6, pawn takes, bishop takes, I guess we take knight takes e6, and let's say king g8. I don't quite see it for white.
Yeah. The material count at this point is 1 piece for 2 pawns if white traded off the knight. So not particularly promising. If we had played king g2 and rook h1 before going for this, we might have rook h6 in a position like this without trading. So that would be like back here, bishop d3, knight b6, you know, maybe king g2 in this position.
Right. Yeah.
Add that firepower first.
So what about knight c4?
Yes, knight c4. I'm wanting to play knight h7 now, but I know knight d2 is going to hit my queen.
Right. So I think maybe what white should do, and this is what you suggested a while ago, is like, let's say we go bishop d3, right? Black goes knight 7 b6. Maybe we should go for this plan of queen h4, you know, force the rook to go to h8 and now go h6, king g8, and, you know, play chess here, so to speak. I mean, black is almost done rook here on h8, and I don't see how he can ever bring the rook back into the game. So let's say we go queen g4, followed by knight e4. I feel like sooner or later, the position is going to collapse for black.
And you'll eventually play like bishop g5, fighting for dark squares.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like a crushing position here. We tried before. So knight here. What did I do before? King g2, knight c4. I want to try to break through with a calculation here. Let me see if I can't make it work. H takes g6. H takes g6, rook h1.
So if I go rook to h8,
I was going to then trade on h8.
Okay, so I guess I have to take with the, I don't know, if I take with the king, get checkmated, so I have to take with the queen.
Right. So, and then when you take with the queen, you know, I was looking for knight f7.
Right, but maybe after, say, queen h5, I'm still in the game.
Yeah, you keep white out and let them take here.
And
so we can't break straight through.
Yeah.
It's so much harder. It's so much harder to find like the concrete breakthrough than to find this kind of like h6 idea and just put black in a position they can't move. I mean, yeah, tough to find. Bishop d3 has just been played by Mamedyarov, by the way. So far he's playing basically entirely moves you suggest. I don't know that he's played anything you didn't suggest for white here so far. We'll see how he does. Let's check on his competitor briefly, see how Magnus is holding up against Topalov. They've played 7 or 8 moves here. So last we saw, you came up with the idea of queen c4 here for Topalov, but before he could even apply the extra pressure, Magnus just traded off on d4 in this position. And
Mhm.
look at this knight maneuver. Brings it
Yeah,
back to c8.
I'm quite puzzled by it.
Is this
What
something that
exact?
you would not have come up with as black?
No, I don't know what he wants to achieve with this whole knight maneuver. I guess maybe with a knight on b6, it could potentially jump to, well, I guess what he wants to do is maybe at the right moment go d5 and put the knight on c4, but it seems difficult to achieve. So we saw well, actually after e5 by Topalov, black could have considered d5.
Yeah, if that's what
Right
he
away, and he
wanted,
gets a knight on
Topalov
c4.
definitely offered it to him.
So a little bit surprised. I mean, I don't really see why that would not be good. But anyway, Magnus took rook f3 now, queen e8, takes, queen takes, and now knight g6. And so Topalov takes with a knight on e5, leaving black with a weakness on e6.
Yeah.
Topalov, by the way, is also up 12 minutes on the clock. And by the way, a4 is also kind of a weakness. So I think Topalov should have a risk-free advantage here. And like we said, I don't see Magnus winning this game. I mean, probably he will hold, is what I think, even though it's still unpleasant. But I mean, if he draws and Mamedyarov wins the tournament. So I guess Magnus cannot be happy right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think a big question is why he didn't play d5 in response to e5, right? I think that's one of the big questions about why the game is going this way. So e5, had he played d5, what gives? I mean, the c file doesn't look like a big problem because he's got knight c4. I'd say his whole queen side looks pretty good for black at that point, right? The a pawn makes sense. The knight makes sense. b2 is a target. So does white have just f4, f5 very quickly here, maybe?
Perhaps, or maybe rook f3. The queen moves out of the way. I guess you have to go to e8 or d7, one of those two squares. And then maybe you trade on f8, and then you bring the other rook into the game with rook d3 to f3. Like maybe rook d3, then queen g4, rook f3 could be dangerous, but I don't know.
So you want to go rook d3, rook f4, queen f3, and maybe knight g6 to get through?
No, I want to go, let's say black goes knight c4, right? To see if this works out.
Yeah.
What I want to do is go queen g4, hit the pawn on e6.
Oh, okay, and getting the g6 square that way.
Right, combined with rook f3. And
okay, yeah, I see that.
Could be pretty dangerous, yeah.
That's looking scary. Rook f3, knight g6. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's definitely looking worrisome to me. So, and that was pretty hard to avoid. You just trade one, bring the other. I mean, we didn't play anything stupid for black. That was just normal.
Yeah,
we could hold off on knight c4 and bring this rook here back to f8 as quickly as possible.
Maybe that would have been better, yeah. But I guess still after rook a8, maybe still queen g4. White definitely has some pressure here, but it felt like an opportunity for Magnus to get the structure he wanted, right? Whereas now he just has a slightly worse structure.
Yeah. Yeah, just slightly worse, and still some weaknesses around the king, right? The white king's just always a little bit better covered as well. It's definitely work. It's definitely work for black. Work and suffering. I think when most people set out to play chess, that's not what they think they're signing up for. Hard work and suffering. Oh, how do I download that game?
Yeah. All right. But yeah, that is what Magnus has gotten himself into here. It's not looking easy. But Topalov is thinking. So I think it would be ideal for white if he could somehow maybe get the rook to e3 to put pressure on the pawn on e6. So how about we start off with a move like rook d3, and then eventually we're going to go knight f3 and rook e3 to hit that pawn on e6.
Okay, so we'll take the knight off the dominating square in order to actually attack the thing behind it. It's great to blockade something, but at some point you want to switch to attacking it maybe. I'm going to just suggest one other plan before we get deep, Benjamin, which is maybe h4, h5. So you can lock in the knight on g6 as well. That can make threats against the king, and it can switch between f4 and g6.
Right.
Depending
Yeah, I
on
like
how
that,
we want to
that
pressure.
idea as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got two ideas here for Topalov off the bat. So let's go rook d3. What is Magnus doing with the knight on b6 now? I think I might want to trade it, but of course you're just going to play knight f3 anyway.
Right. Yeah, and I think in case of knight e7, yeah, we'll just go knight f3. The question is if black can somehow solve his problems with a quick, maybe e5 in a certain position. But like, let's say black goes knight d7 here, right? I guess we go knight f3, and it probably doesn't work. Yeah, I don't think black has e5 because we just take or rook e3 right away. Yeah, it feels like the text should just work out in white's favor.
Just nail him on that e file there. You ever notice, Benjamin, how every time we look at the Mamedyarov game, somebody says, like, why aren't they watching the Magnus game? What's wrong with these idiots? And then every time we look at Magnus's game, they're like, where's the Mamedyarov game?
Yeah, well, I guess that's life. I mean, you can't have everything.
Yeah. Well, maybe at some point this round, Hala will give them like a two-board view with Magnus and Mamedyarov. But then we won't have the analysis variations, right? So that where's the live position? Where's the analysis board?
Right. Anyway, but yeah, a couple moves have been played in the game between
my
Shakur
goodness.
and Mamedyarov. And
he's got everything. Look at that. Look at that. He delivered in like 3 seconds for the crowd. We'll see. We'll see if people can be satisfied for 10 seconds with this situation.
That's very nice for our producer. But perhaps we can go real quick to the game between Mamedyarov and Shakur Mamedyarov.
All right. Because see what happens in this beautiful new scene if I do that. Okay, what happened? So, Bishop takes g5.
Right, and also look at Radjabov's clock. He's down at 20 minutes. He still has to make 21 moves to reach a time control, and once again, only then he will only get a 10-second increment. So he's still very much in time pressure there.
Yeah, and for Mamedyarov, this is a kind of situation where I sometimes burn time, is when Bishop g5 and Knight g5 both look really good. Like, can't my pieces both go to that square?
So let's see. I would consider taking with the knight, I guess. So what do you think Radjabov has in mind here? Could he perhaps consider h6, hitting the knight? Let's say we go knight f3 and f5.
At least his queen is stopping all this knight e6 kind of stuff for now.
Right, because here you have to take en passant. I mean, it's also forced. Because if you drop the queen, black...
After knight f3, you're playing f5 for black?
Right, because if you take, I want to take with the knight and at least get some trades,
Yeah. Bishop h6 doesn't look like it works. So I probably have to take, and then you bring the knight. I mean, let's bear in mind, black's still up in exchange.
Right. But yeah, maybe we don't even have to go into the endgame. We could perhaps also just consider something like queen e2. Because then if you go knight takes h5, I have knight e5. And g6 looks very tough to protect.
You want queen e2, and if what? If g5?
And if knight takes h5, then knight e5.
Man, this is all about the bishops here. White doesn't have any structure, doesn't have the rook developed. Knight e5.
Yeah, and even though white is down in exchange and a pawn here, I mean, black's king side is just so fragile. But I think especially the time is going to be a real problem for Radjabov. He doesn't speed up fast.
Yeah. And what about queen h4 in this position here?
But then after g5, you're kind of pushed back, I feel.
I was not going to go back.
Okay, yeah, but I don't know if it works.
You don't believe it, yeah.
So how are you gonna sack, with the bishop or with the knight?
I stacked the knight.
Oh, okay, so let's say I take, you take, I have to go king
Yeah.
h8. I mean, if check, king g8,
Yeah.
and queen g5, king h8, and we have a friendly draw.
Friendly, yeah. Man.
One of the
Okay,
chatters
so
is
big
asking
takes
which
g5.
potential...
He weakens the dark squares, but he makes some room and makes some trades.
Yeah. One of
Tenacious.
the chatters asked in the meantime, which potential candidate winner do you think posed the hardest match for Magnus? I think probably Ding Loren. What do you think? Or maybe Hikaru could be, a dark horse. What is your read?
Well, I guess you're kind of friends with Hikaru, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Magnus's record against Hikaru is, I mean,
yeah, no, his record is just really good against
like
Hikaru.
if you were
It's
just
true.
like an X's and O's commentator, you'd kind of say that would be one of like, that's like Hikaru is to Magnus as Shirov was to Kasparov.
So I guess I'm like too young, but did Kasparov beat up Shirov really badly?
Oh my God, you're too young. Yeah, it was like 15-0 with some draws.
Oh, that's pretty rough, yeah.
Yeah, and I know that Magnus won their first 11 decisive games, first 12 decisive games minimum, because they've got a game on chessgames.com where like the pun is something like 12th night, because it was like his 12th win in a row against him. So I would say it's between Ding Liren and Firouzja would be like the two toughest challenges for Magnus in a match. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, but I didn't necessarily say that because, Hikaru is a good friend or colleague of mine, but it's more like, I mean, we saw Fabiano play the match against Magnus. I feel like lately Magnus has been kind of dominant, and perhaps, Hikaru with sort of new inspiration in the sense that he doesn't feel as much pressure anymore. Maybe could have a chance, but I feel like chess-wise, I definitely have to give the edge to Ding Liren, because as you mentioned, Hikaru really struggles with Magnus in the classical games. He's been pretty competitive with him, I feel, in those rapid online matches, but in classical, it's been all Magnus.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with people in chat that it would be like a great match as far as publicity and buzz and excitement and all that. And, I'm definitely under the spell of the Magic Grand Prix. I mean, Hikaru didn't just win. I mean, he played just absolutely like fantastic, astonishing, etc. So it's really, really exciting to see. And I, it wasn't 3 games, it was, what is it? It's like, easily like 20 plus games against top level GMs. So it's it's like a real sample size. I mean, he definitely was sustained at a very, very good level there, but it would take even more games than that to convince me that suddenly he was better than Ding Liren or Firouzja, who have each, top 2,800 this year. So
yeah, and actually I was thinking, I think Firouzja could also have a real chance of beating Magnus. I feel like, Firouzja sometimes is really good in these complicated positions, and he might have an edge there over Magnus, but Magnus is just far more superior in these slow grind type of positions. But Firouzja also definitely has a chance. So I think Firouzja or Ding, maybe like right now, Ding, but if you consider that the World Championship match is next year, right?
Yeah.
Then maybe Firouzja has the best chance of beating Magnus in a match.
Yeah, Firouzja seems to have the a very steep. I mean, Hikaru also. I mean, if you just look at trajectory, that's a pretty steep trajectory at the moment. So maybe also Hikaru could be a candidate for the player who's improved the most in the last year, miraculously. I mean, I don't know what he did, what brought up his game there, but we've got another question from chat, not about the candidates, which is pawn takes g6. They want to know, is this plausible? Pawn takes g6, sacking the knight, and then taking on f7, I imagine would be the follow-up. I'm just sort of extrapolating from the question.
I think it's very much possible, yeah, because if black takes on g5, we take an f7, and then you have to take with the rook, all other moves lead to an immediate checkmate.
Yep.
And then we have queen h7, king f8, queen h8, king e7, bishop takes g5, and you have to block with one of the knights. I would think that should be pretty good for white, but maybe after pawn takes g6, what if black just goes f takes g6?
Oh, ignores the whole piece sacrifice fun of it all and just recaptures like this. And man, that queen e8 move.
Yeah.
I got to remember that. I was thinking of moving the rook to put my knight on f8 to cover these two squares, but the queen was faster. And if I'd moved the rook, I might have lost before even playing knight f8.
Yeah, and you probably also need the rook there, you know, as a defensive piece. So yeah, queen 8 was a really crucial defensive move for Radjabov. It's defending e6 in very many variations, but especially g6. So let's see, like h takes g6 doesn't really seem to be getting the desired effect. So maybe, although it could be, so let's have a look, right? Let's say he takes f takes g6, and let's say we drop the knight back. You know, if we get a couple moves like knight h4, white's position might still be good, but maybe black goes for a quick queen f7, we go king g2.
Why are we not going knight h4? Does queen f2 kill us?
I guess so, yeah.
Queen f2, king h1. All right, everybody. Sorry to be back. I know you were enjoying the quiet and the silence and the gray screen. It was much more exciting than a top super chess tournament, but we're back and we're going to force you to look at some more moves. And in the interim, Mamedyarov has taken chat's suggestion of trading on G6. Benjamin, should super grandmasters play the moves suggested to them by chat rooms?
Yep, they should. H6, G6 does seem to be a good move, so all you chatters can pat yourself on the back. Radjabov recapture, by the way. So let's see, now this knight is under attack. So I guess knight to F3 looks logical to me. I mean, if he goes to H3, the knight can never, I mean, if the knight ever goes back to F4, black can just trade it off. So I guess knight F3, queen FC, queen F7 looks very logical, putting pressure on the knight. And then I guess king G2. And here, if Radjabov wanted, he could trade down into the endgame, and at the very least, he's not getting checkmated, you know?
Yeah, he could just press that escape hatch. And what is the situation or damage in the endgame? It's equal material. And, you know, white's position looks pleasant.
Yeah, I would say, though, it doesn't look too bad for black. Like, let's say we trade everything on F3, and then we go knight 7 to B6. The knight's headed either to C4 or to A4 to put pressure on the C3 pawn. And I don't really see an easy way for white to break through. You know, if you go rook H1, we always have moves like H5 to block off the H file. So I would still prefer white, you know, with the two bishops and more space. But black's pretty solid here.
Okay, so that's like a simple option for black actually against knight F3. Let me just briefly take us into the madness of knight H4, queen F2. Okay. And you, I think, had found the refutation with queen G3, right? Just as we were leaving. But let's put this on the board for everybody so we can get that locked in. So the idea is we're stopping queen G6, check with this piece, and in case of rook G1, you have queen H3. So
right.
So I would need something amazing for white here. And frankly, I just don't have it. Rook F2 is coming in as well in a moment. So knight F3 was played. And in case of queen F7, Roger's really in this game.
Yeah, no, he is definitely hanging on here. The real problem for him, I would say, though, is the time. He's down to 17 minutes. And as we said before, he still has to make 19 moves. And then he will only get a 10-second increment. But yeah, I think maybe Mamedyarov went wrong, actually, by listening to the chat. Maybe taking on G6 was not a good move.
Yeah. You're flip-flopping a little bit on the chat thing, you know, whether or not we should be trusting them or suspicious of them.
Right.
So maybe like keeping that tension, if we don't have like a breakthrough, maybe retreat. Is it it's not possible that Mamedyarov didn't consider the black wouldn't take his knight, is it? No.
Yeah, that's what I wonder about. Because yeah, F6, G6. Yeah, because I mean, if black takes on G5, then pawn takes F7, it feels like white is winning there, and it's not too difficult. So he must have considered this move. So knight F3. So I feel like if white gets two moves, he's going to go king G2 and rook H1. So I think maybe going into the endgame is black's best option. Right?
Okay.
Because let's say you go queen F7, I go king G2, and let's say you start with knight 7 and B6. I go rook to H1, I hit the pawn. And the problem is, if you go H5 now we can go G4, for example. And if you take an F3, we take everything. And here, like I've already played the move G4, right? Whereas maybe what you should have done instead of knight 7 B6, if we go back a couple of moves,
But is this so devastating for black compared to just going into the end game? Rook h1, h5, g4 could be played there too.
Right, but there, if let's say we take an f3, right?
Yeah.
We take everything. We go knight 7, b6. If rook h1,
Yep.
then we have rook f8 check first, and
Oh.
there, let's say your king kind of go to g3, right? If h5 and g4 are already included.
I see. So difference here in your other line is here, 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 here. If rook f8, the king's got a slightly more active square here. Although in either case, I mean, you can't take once bishop h6 is on the board.
No, so yeah, I guess the difference is very subtle.
Okay, and the other question I want to ask about with this line is when we get the line with the queens not traded just yet. G4 here. Okay. I just wanted to double check that rook h5, queen f3 loses for white. Just wanted to make sure. H5, queen f3, rook f3, king f. Yeah, I know where to. No tricks, no checks. Okay.
Yeah, because black can at the very least always go. I mean, the bishop on d3 is hanging. So yeah, doesn't seem to be working. But yeah, Radjabov's got to speed up here. It's getting down to 14 minutes. In the meantime, we do have some developments in the game between Topalov and Magnus.
All right. Let me check them out. Whoa. Okay. So what was the last we saw was maybe
rook d5.
It was maybe one rook trade and the knight coming to e5, rook d5. So queen c2 was neither of our suggestions here. So Topalov maybe threatening queen c7, Magnus queen d8 is a clean move, threatening rook d4, and Topalov says he doesn't care about rook d4.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It does allow black to activate here. So he takes on d4, took on c7, king h7. But actually, I mean, Radjabov has fought back in this game, you know. Before it looked like Vachier-Lagrave was just going to blow him off the board. So, you know, right now a draw isn't too terrible.
Yeah, we could get all draws.
But let's see. So queen c2 check, king g8 has been played. So Topalov could go queen c7 if he wants to repeat the position. King h7. And I wonder, can we take the pawn on b7 there?
Right. Why is he not taking this pawn? Why is Magnus leaving that hanging? Because actually Magnus could have defended the pawn by moving the knight. And then you couldn't play queen b7 because queen takes knight.
Right. I mean, after queen takes b7, there is queen takes b2 from black, though.
Right. That seems to hold things together. It gives up the central territory.
Yes, before, but actually, as we speak, queen e2 has been played by Topalov. I don't know. I feel like white is still a tiny bit better, but I feel like black should be able to hang on here.
Yeah, so he's avoided the repetition, has Topalov, but in a way that's, you know, only minutely better, if anything. I mean, I guess, you know, you can say there's still this slightly weak e6 pawn, but with the centralization Magnus has, it looks acceptable.
Right. Yeah, so let's see, maybe knight d7. Knight d7 is a move. You could also consider knight at d5. Of course, it's still tough. You know, a4 is weak, e6 is weak. But I feel like he always should get a lot of checks against the white king. And he actually just played the move knight to d7. I think a good move, because if the knights get traded, the queen on d7 is defending everything.
Yeah, the pure queen ending looks fine. Where else is this knight going to go? It was very well placed. It makes sense to challenge your opponent's piece if it's too well placed. I think Magnus has got this now. I think he's okay. I'm not seeing danger.
Yeah, no, I think he's gonna hold here. Yeah.
The other game, which we haven't seen in a while, is Maxime versus Anish.
Yep.
And they've played a long positional game, but so far I don't think that there was ever a major advantage for either player in this one.
Right. I would say right now Anish should be a tiny bit better.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a slightly better pawn structure.
Yeah.
But the question is, can he put some real problems here for Maxime? I would say maybe the pawn on e5 could be a target. He's also trying to weaken White's kingside potentially.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's agreed to draw, by the way, as you're explaining it, just so you know. But you can keep explaining it for us.
I mean, this is what I don't understand. Like, why are draw offers allowed at this level? I feel like draw offers should not be, like, I'm not against draws,
right?
But I feel like draw offers is just weird, like they should just make them play it out till 3-time repetition or till the bear kings or whatever, 50 moves.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there are some positions that are really boring but don't have an obvious repetition, but then the players just repeat. And it's pretty easy to find if the position's super simple. But okay, third game goes to Armageddon. So far, no decisive games today, and you predicted 5 draws. I should just let you make all the picks for our producer next time around.
Wait, you didn't listen to my predictions?
No, I predicted, what did I predict? I predicted a win for Maxime today when I was clicking on the votes. And anything else?
Well,
no,
but yeah,
I think that was it.
Might be correct, because it seems like Magnus's game is equal now as well. And Mamedyarov, I still give him chances to win the game, but Radjabov is hanging on for now.
Yeah. So he's played knight b6 rather than queen f7.
Right. So we thought this might be a slight mistake because this does give Shaq the time to go for king g2, which is what he's probably going to do, and then rook h1.
Yeah, I wonder if what the players' evaluations are and were during this game. I wonder if Mamedyarov thought he was winning or slightly better. I wonder if Radjabov thinks he's fine the whole time or something.
And actually, as we speak, the game between Veselin Topalov and Magnus Carlsen has also ended in a draw. So Topalov took on d7 and just offered a draw. Magnus realized that he could never be better, so just accepted it. So now his fate is in Mamedyarov's hands. And
yeah, the only classical game still going. If Mamedyarov could win this game, he would definitely win the whole tournament. And I think Magnus's draw puts first place out of range for Maxime. Well, Maxime also drew, so definitely out of range. So it's just up to Mamedyarov. And all draws might be the most exciting Armageddon situation because they'll really just be separated by that half point.
Yeah, no, but I think Shaq has great chance to win this game. I mean, look at the clock. Radjabov is down to 11 minutes. White's play is very easy. Rook h1 is coming, and there's still plenty of problems to figure out. And he has to make 18 moves in those 11 minutes to reach a time control. And even then, he's under a lot of pressure. So it's looking really tough for Black here.
Could he be considering knight c4 instead of your queen f7 to f3 bailout?
That is a good question.
Because that could take the pressure off of h6 if we get time to take it. And of course, bishop c1 would be really bad news.
What about bishop takes h6, king takes, rook h1 check, king g7, and knight g5? Because I don't see how you're defending against rook h7 and queen h4.
So like rook h8.
Then I take. And if
taking it. And if the king takes, we get queen h4 to h7.
Well, you still go to f8, but then it go bishop takes g6. And I
Right.
should be
We don't
crushing.
actually have instant checkmate. But
Right.
bishop g6 is strong. The queen's got nowhere to go. e7 fills in the king's flight square. Otherwise, there's queen f7. Ouch. That's like a full rook down, but white's just checkmating here.
Yeah.
And then the other branch would have been queen here, and it's also then we break through as well.
Yeah, one of the chatters is saying it's that even. Well, I mean, if you think it's that even, good luck defending this against Shakir and Mamedyarov with only 9 minutes at this point on the clock. I guarantee you will lose 100% of the games. But yeah, I think after knight c4, yeah, bishop takes h6 does seem to be winning.
Yeah. I like how there was no doubt there. You weren't like, you've got a good chance of losing or you'd be under some pressure. You'll lose 100% every time forever. Okay, so he's played h5. H5. So still no queen f7. That way might have still been an escape there for a moment.
Right. Okay, so we see h5 here. I mean, so white could go knight h4, but there's still knight e7 here. So the question is how Shaq should continue here. I mean, here perhaps g4 makes sense, not to blast open the king side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm so terrified of your queen f7. I'm wondering if there's some way to deal with that now. Like you could post up with the knight on g5 maybe and stop queen f7. But okay, we'll try g4 first.
Okay, so let's say we go g4. But yeah, maybe g4 looks interesting. But Radjabov got down to 6 minutes and 20 seconds, still 17 moves to be made. That is, what is the math, David? Like 6 minutes and 20 seconds for 17 moves.
Yeah, that's about three moves per minute, 20 seconds per move.
That sounds really, really tough.
And then after that, it becomes 10 seconds per move, which is even worse.
Yes. Yeah.
So if pawn takes g4, do you think this bishop h6 tactic is back on again? No, the queen can't get to h4.
I think we're probably just going to recapture and keep all the threats in the position.
So simple move would come in queen g4, and now I'm wondering. Now bishop h6 must be threatened, but the question is, can you play it even against queen f7? Right.
Right. Yeah. So here, queen f7. Well, I guess it's probably too much.
Right. We can win the queen, but we've given every piece we have in this line, right?
Yeah, we really give up too much material. The king just, runs away.
Yeah. So queen f7, maybe bishop e4, just holding the tension here.
I like that idea because I want to go rook h1, but by going bishop e4, we don't give black the option of, going into the end game.
Right. Rook h1, queen f3,
and
queen
I think
f3 here.
The attack is just gonna decide sooner or later.
Yeah. So h5. Oh, Mamedyarov has played rook h1, not g4.
Oh, he's threatening rook takes h5.
He's threatening rook takes h5, yeah. But as we've discovered previously, queen f7, rook h5, queen f3 wins for black. So queen f7 would be the move that we keep thinking Raja wants here, and it definitely stops rook h5.
Indeed. So I think queen f7 is pretty much forced here for Radjabov. Because I don't see another move, right? And he has played it.
Played it quickly-ish.
So I think now g4 to continue the shack attack is the way to go. And try to open up the h file. But yeah, I think then after g4, I think black's pretty much forced to take on f3, but black could also consider knight c4, right? Hitting d2. Yeah, what about knight c4 there? Radjabov, by the way, down to 5 minutes and 35 seconds. That is...
I don't see how black could
seconds.
ever defend this position other than playing queen f3. Because honestly, if you just count the attackers on the king side, there's just no way.
Yeah, no, looks tough for Radjabov, and yeah, as we said, he only has 20 seconds per move here. He just spent almost a minute on the last one, so he has to speed up. If he doesn't speed up, he might just easily lose his game on time. So let's see. So g4 looks very tempting. Black could go into the endgame, but he could also go knight c4 first, right? Hitting the bishop. What do we do there? Like maybe bishop. What's a bishop?
g4, knight c4. Maybe the bishop even has to go to e1 in that case. I don't...
Oh, but then you allow knight f4, so maybe bishop g5? With the idea being knight takes c3, bishop f6 check. And the thing is, black can still go into that endgame, but of course it's still very dangerous.
Yeah, and let's say black plays queen f3 first. Here, then yes, c3 is hanging, but you would always get bishop f6 if black takes on c3, and that'll be enough to get the rook through the h file that the king's currently defending, just barely.
Indeed.
Okay, so I think you're right. Knight c4, bishop g5. That looks right.
All right. So let's see.
Mamedyarov in thought.
I honestly also don't see another move than g4, right?
Yeah.
Because we want to try to open up. You cannot move this knight. Your queen and bishop, your queen and light square bishop are already ideally placed. So I think you really do want to play g4. And as we said, black can't. I think if black takes now your move rook h7 works because we didn't have to sacrifice as much material. Right, king takes, then knight g5, we win back the queen, and our attack continues. So after g4, I think black is forced to take on f3 or go knight c4 first.
Yeah, what is there anything else he might be considering here other than g4? We haven't thought of anything yet. Bishop e2, queen f5 looks really bad.
Yeah, so we've looked, someone suggested rook takes h5. It's also a move we have looked at, but then after queen takes f3, black wins.
Yeah. We've got a rook h4 suggestion in chat.
But rook h4 doesn't seem to do anything.
Not too much.
Let's say I go knight c4. I don't see the idea.
Yeah, I don't see what this improves other than you're still going to play g4. So yeah, I don't see a point to anything other than g4, but it's interesting that he's spending quite a bit of time here.
But yeah, I guess it's the way to go g4 in this position. And what I wonder about is, what is the difference for black to include knight c4 and bishop g5 or go into the endgame right away?
Right. I mean, we're probably eventually playing knight c4 h4 as well. It may or may not make any difference eventually if black plays both those moves.
Someone was asking what happens after g4, knight f4. The problem is that here we take the knight and black cannot recapture with the queen because then there's queen takes g6 and your queen is no longer protecting that square.
Good question. Good question. Black actually does sort of get that square for a moment, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's have a look, right? So let's say Radjabov does go into the endgame with queen takes f3. We take, rook takes, king takes. So black has a couple of options. He could just go rook h8, try to keep everything close. He could also give a check on f8, but then, as we said before, we go king to g3. And maybe then rook h8, because I do think that black cannot just open up the gates, so to speak, for white to, you know, just crash through on the king side.
Yeah. And Shak has
maybe he
just
just-
played g4, by the way, but we can keep looking at this.
It's a g4 on the board.
Yeah.
So
Let's
see
say
what
after rook
Radjabov-
h8,
Mhm.
I did it without rook f8 check because I think bringing the king to g3, I mean, just doesn't seem to hurt white. So they could get to this position in a moment if queen f3 check is played. And what would white do from here?
That is a very good question because pawn takes g4 is a threat. So let's have a look. So rook h8. Yeah, I don't know, because if, well, so let's say we take on h5. Do you take with the rook? Because then I was considering rook g1. I know you have check on h3, but then I go king e2, but maybe it's not the end of the world if I take on g6, and you might be able to cook up some counterplay with, let's say, move like knight a4.
So check here and maybe knight a4, just letting the pawn go. And on rook g6 check, we'll just play king f7. And white hasn't finished things off yet. Knight c3 is coming in a moment and making a lot of progress against white's structure. And we've got a move. I don't think it's rook. I don't think it's queen f3. No, it is knight
He's
c4
playing knight
first.
c4. Okay, so he's hitting the bishop on e2. Queen takes f3 also becomes a threat now. So here we set bishop g5 to continue the Shak attack.
Right. Now, do we consider bishop takes c4 at all?
Well, we can consider it, but I feel like this bishop is a really important piece in the attack. Right? Black's going to recapture. And if we take on h5, black can just recapture, I think. And black's king should be safe for now. I mean, he has queen g6 coming quickly, and I don't see right away how we checkmate black here. People were wondering, have all other games finished? Yes, they have. We'll probably have the Armageddon games soon between MVL and Anish Giri, and between Topalov and Magnus Carlsen. That matchup between Topalov and Carlsen is still very important for the standings, because let's say Carlsen loses that Armageddon, then if Shakhriyar draws this game, then wins in Armageddon, they tie for first.
Yeah. So, yeah, Topalov and Carlsen haven't started yet. We will probably watch them when they do. MVL and Anish are playing an open Sicilian. Anish offered a different Sicilian this time. Maxime, queen d4. It almost feels like Maxime is hiding his opening prep for the candidates that he's not playing in. What I mean,
I guess you started that sentence like he's hiding his prep for the candidates. Oh wait, he's not playing. Right?
I knew that he was. I was going that direction on purpose. I was like, he's playing like somebody was hiding their prep, but I knew he wasn't.
Okay.
I knew he wasn't playing in it, but I was like, what's with Maxime and playing these anti-Sicilians? I thought he was the #1 torchbearer of heavy opening theory and all that.
Well, I guess he just wants to take Anish out of book, and yeah, we see him going here with this move h4. How do you think Anish is going to deal with that? Do you think he's just going to allow the pawn to go up to h5, or do you think he's going to play a move like h5 himself? Oh, queen c7, there's our answer.
Yeah, he answers faster than I can. Yeah, I don't know. I would say very comfortable for black. I mean, when I see a Sicilian structure, if there's no immediate problems, I just assume black is very happy. I always like these positions. So yeah, I think he's doing fine. But
Queen c5. Okay, so we see a trade here. But I feel like the endgame should be very comfortable for black now after, let's say, knight takes.
That's how I would take. F3, I guess. Knight c5 has been played.
F3 looks forced to defend the pawn.
Yeah.
But
or I guess
yeah,
could we play bishop g7 first? Yeah, I guess we could.
Okay, so F3 on the board. So let's see how Anish is going to continue here. I mean, maybe he's just going to trade on b2. Okay, goes bishop h6. Interesting. So what about rook? Rook d1 is forced. a6, and where is that knight going? Oh, knight d4, e5, by the way, lose the game. So knight a3, maybe
Ooh,
e5.
yikes. Knight a3. Oh.
c4. He could just go b4 and a5 here, which would he goes for gaining more space. So yeah, I really like the position here for Anish. He's still 2 minutes on the clock, but I think so far he has all the reasons to be happy by the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, to be down 2 minutes out of 3 at this point is reasonable, and he's gotten pretty far into the game, and the game's not too complicated. So I think he can be happy. This bishop d4 move is multi-purpose. Like in some cases, he could play a3 because the rook's defending b3. In other cases, he could play knight e3, knight d5. And hey, I like Anish's Sicilian.
Anish. Oh, I did not see that one coming. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. I mean, he's gaining more space in the center, but he could also overextend his pawns here. We see him build trading.
Yeah, it's interesting that we don't see Anish, who has the draw odds, playing some sort of simpler moves to put the question to Maxime, what are you coming up with, right?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this f5 push. I mean, now I feel like the pawn is a real target, and Viel drops his bishop back. And he wants to go either knight e3 and knight d5, knight e3 to hit the pawn, or knight at d4. The reason why, I guess Enfield didn't play knight e3 right away. Although after e5, there was bishop takes c5. But
oh my
anyway,
goodness.
Knight e6.
Radjabov took the pawn on c3 just this moment.
Wait,
I'm
bishop
watching
g5
both
was
games
played?
at once because it's so critical, right? So after bishop g5, he did not fail with queen f3. He played knight takes c3, allowing bishop f6. And so we get to stay in the middle game here, unless queen g6 comes in.
And look at the time. He's down to 1 minute and 53 seconds. He still has to make 13
Wait,
moves.
is there rook h5 here? No, there's not. Just g takes h5. Okay.
Yeah. But still, though, queen f4 there. But I was
Yeah,
thinking
queen
maybe
f4
just
is
queen takes
simpler.
f6.
I just wanted to hang the queen at this point. You know, it's just feeling like time.
You know, by the way, after pawn takes h5, queen f4, you know what the only defense is for black in that position?
Sorry, after pawn takes h5, pawn takes h5,
queen f4. Black has queen g7, only move to win. Just pretty nuts. But after rook takes h5, black also has queen takes f6. So I think white does have to move the queen out of the way. He can go to f4, but that runs into knight d5 with a tempo, or queen e1, or queen takes c6. All of them look very interesting.
Raja's under 2 minutes. That's real gambling. Knight takes c3 with under 2 minutes. Why not queen f3?
I don't understand it either.
So
maybe
much safer.
Maybe he just thought he would be under too much pressure in the endgame, but I don't understand it. Yeah, if I would have just gone into the endgame like 5 moves ago already, and try to hold on there. I mean, looks so tough here.
So queen f4, queen c6. Actually, queen g6 was kind of a joke, but is that also playable for white? I guess there's
So
rook
let's
f6 then.
see. So okay, I think the choice is really between queen e1 and queen takes c6.
Okay.
I feel like queen e1 would make sense, keeping the queen closer to the king side. So black has to play knight e5, I imagine. We take on h5, and black probably has to take on f6 because knight f4 check is a move, but maybe we just move the king. Let's say to f1. Knight takes d3. Maybe like queen e4 or something. It's very
I
tough
assume
to.
she comes back here looking for HG. And yeah, black's wishing this knight could take on f6 here instead of d3, I think, because we got to get the king out of that box. Mamedyarov using his time responsibly here. Using his time responsibly.
Wait, sorry, you were talking about Mamedyarov?
Yeah, I'm saying Mamedyarov is using his time responsibly here. He's not bashing out some move.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we saw happen yesterday, right? In the game between Carlsen and MVL, where we felt like MVL played a little bit too fast. Here we see Mamedyarov taking his time. And yeah, let's see. If he will come up with the right move, it will prove to be the right strategy.
So queen e1 looked decent. Queen g6. You know, it's weird, but the first line I threw out with queen g6 here, you know, I sacked the rook on f6 and then took on g4, and the evaluation bar got all excited that white was going to win off of this f pawn.
Yeah.
In the endgame, there's this idea of bishop f7, rook h8. There's f7, knight e6. So it's not even that easy to defend against for black.
But I did some very quick math. Radjabov basically has 8.7 seconds per move now. He's got to play a really fast, and generally it's tough to speed up. After while you're playing a classical game, you still might want to take some time, but he cannot be doing that here.
So he's finally low enough on time that the 10-second increment will increase his rate of play compared to his current.
Indeed, yeah.
Amount of time.
So let's see what Shaq is going to do. Like, where is he going to go? Do you think he's going to take on queen e1 on the board and knight d5 instantly? Okay, I expect pawn takes h5 now. And
yeah, knight d5 comes back in 0 seconds. We didn't try taking on h5 with the knight in the knight f4 line. That would be another option, right?
Yeah, but I feel like, so you're saying pawn takes h5, for example, knight f4, king f1, and knight takes. But then what if I go knight g5?
I mean, I'll probably be crying no matter what. You're lining me up for rook takes knight, huh?
Yeah.
I'll let you. I'll allow it.
The pawn takes bishop h7 is a very pretty checkmate.
Oof. Yeah.
So Shaq is thinking right now. He has pawn takes h5, knight g5. Also looking very dangerous. And Radjabov still has to make 12 more moves to reach 10.
Oh, right. He could just lead with knight g5 here if he wanted to, right?
Yeah, we could start with knight g5. But the advantage of going pawn takes h5 now is that if black takes on f6, then we take on g6 and we hit the queen.
Right. Then we can gain something out of this.
So I guess black. So let's have a look at that variation, right? I guess black is forced to go something like queen g7. And if we take on f6, then take with the rook or with the queen.
Okay. Oh, for a second, I thought rook h8, but queen h8 deals with that. But this is a typical puzzle rush tactic. Rook h8, king h8, queen h1. But the queen can do it. So white's got to save that knight on f3 here. play something like queen e4. And yeah, the game's still just going on in this position. I mean, I can't tell. I can't tell yet. I mean, obviously the black king's in danger, but black's also still up in exchange. If I had to pick a side, I'd rather gamble on white than black, but I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather be white here having 18 minutes on the clock instead of 1 minute and 53 seconds. And
Right,
it
right.
also, looks much more fun to play for white at least. But yeah.
Okay, and if we glance at knight g5 for a second, that would go knight g5, queen e8, right?
But
And then
I completely forgot, but we also have that Armageddon game between Anish and the MVL still going on. So perhaps we can update our viewers real quick about what's happening there.
And Topalov and Carlsen have started, which is one of the games for first place. So, okay, let's see what's happening with this game. They're very far along. They've got an exchange sack from Anish Giri. And, well, I mean, he's got two nice queenside pawns, but Maxim's got two nice kingside pawns with the extra exchange. I mean, one of my theories is that when you've got a race endgame with pawns on both sides, the bishop's not much worse than a rook.
Right.
Because it can cover like the far side of the queen side and the close side of the king side, or vice versa at the same time.
Right, so we see king f3, king e6.
It would help though if black weren't sort of tied up on the d file.
So let's say white go. What about just h5 here for white? He goes g6 first. Also looks good. So if you go c3, white's just going to play rook d3, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, c3. Okay, he goes rook c1. Probably still good enough.
So if black goes like a4 and b3, he could trade and then play rook takes c3. So it's again
exactly,
this this situation on the d file is really hampering black.
Okay, we see king e5, h5, and rook g8.
King e5 freeing the rook. Okay.
But
And then he tries to freeze the
that
pawns.
this configuration is going to hold for too long. But still, I mean, a4, b3 is black's idea, and the pawns on the king side are not rolling that easy. Rook d3, okay, a4 now. Aha, he wants rook d1.
So he's going to bust his rooks out through this file. And in case of c2, he would just sack back the exchange with rook d4. Like in this kind of a position here, just go rook d4 and, just convert to this rook and pawn ending that's pretty easy. So a4's happened in rook cd1.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that actually. I thought like c2, rook c1 is probably also winning, but rook takes c4 might be even easier. But in any case, I feel like now, okay, bishop b3 by Anish, or rook d6, but then there's still bishop d2.
Oof, it's so close to checkmate. I think he can just throw some checks, and if it doesn't lead to checkmate, at least his rooks will be behind the queenside pawns, and it'll be pretty hopeless. He goes for the mate. He goes for the mate.
I don't see a move by Anish. Maybe he flagged.
Well, yeah, he's got 2 seconds on the clock. It's possible, but what was he going to do against bishop d2? Just trade off on d2?
I guess, yeah, that does seem to be winning, yeah, with a quick rook d5 coming. But yeah, in any case, MVL does win this Armageddon game. Felt like Anish was doing completely fine out of the opening, but his problems really started with that move f5. Felt like he was creating weaknesses for himself. And I think with that, MVL ends in 4th place, right?
That seems likely. He started the round in 4th place, and he scored a 1.5, which is a pretty reasonable number of points. Bishop f5.
Yeah, I think like overall, although Anish did beat Aryan yesterday to come back to 50%, but overall I feel like it's been quite a disappointing event for Anish. Well, let's go back to Mamedyarov against Radjabov. Knight g5 and queen d7. Radjabov moving instantly, not losing any time on the clock.
Yeah, he had 153 a couple of moves ago. Knight g5 was played. Okay, so that was the choice. And the queen goes to d7, not e8. So g6 is wide open, except for knight f4. So one move covering that square against, bishop g6 or queen e4 more likely.
Mhm.
What's his defense to queen e4?
I mean, what about knight takes f6 and queen
Knight takes
g7?
f6. Yeah. Knight takes f6, and then on check, the queen shimmies back over from here. Okay, that's a real defense. That's a real defense.
Yeah, and you can take all of the material back, right? Like you can take on g7, you can take on e6, but then king f7, you take on f8. And at the end of it all, it feels like there's just not enough material left in a position. And maybe Radjabov can escape here.
Pieces strewn pretty chaotically at the moment here. I'm not sure which way black would go with these knights, but maybe rook f8, pawn takes knight, and then pawn takes g4 would be the best way to reduce white's aggressive potential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Magnus against Topalov with the black pieces. What do we got? b4 going after this bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Materials
like
equal for the moment.
Right. I like the move b4 because if black takes en passant, I take with the bishop, have pressure towards f7. And Topalov, by the way, up 1 minute and 40 seconds. Magnus almost equalized the time there, but he did go for a bit of a think, and queen e7 has just been played. Okay.
All right. So both bishops are putting pressure on f2 and f7.
Right.
The extra e-pawn gives white a little extra influence on the king side. Both bishops are anchored by pawns, and they're good forever, basically, on those squares. If white ever played e6 and traded the e-pawn for the f-pawn, that could also leave white with like a slight advantage off the black king being exposed in that scenario as well. Bishop c4 has been played, which looks sort of like a neutral move. But you never know when you need to be careful for black. Well, you sort of need to be careful all the time for black. That's sort of the tough part. Like white can play a simple little move, bishop b3, king g2.
Those comes out of the blue. Like if you take, black takes an e4, and that transition should really favor Magnus. He's just getting piece off the board. And if you move the queen, can black take an f2 is the big question. Like let's say we go queen g4, right? I guess you cannot take with the rook, because then we take with one of the rooks on d4, and we take the rook on f2. And if you take with the bishop, then king g2, and it feels like there's just there's still rook g6.
This feels like risky. Like queen d7 might end the game just because of back rank checkmate and the bishop hanging. No, bishop d4 stops me.
Right, yeah. But maybe white just, gangs up on the f7 pawn. Like let's say queen f3, bishop d4, and rook f1.
Wait. I've got a crazy idea here before you play a normal move. What about e6 here?
What? Oh, if you take an ef and it's
if you take
checkmate.
ef, then I should be mopping up, right?
But what about fe? And we hold,
Yeah.
Oh, and queen g4 has been played by Topalov. Magnus
okay.
might be in trouble here.
Move.
Rook g6
Magnus just
and queen
repeating.
e2.
He didn't even blink at f2, playing pretty quickly there.
So queen e2. Maybe rook b6 to try to go rook b2, and it's been played by Magnus.
But I mean, he was on f6 and he didn't take f2. What's the point of playing rook b2 if you can't take this pawn?
Right. So maybe a move like bishop e3 now for Topalov. He's still a minute on the clock. It would be nice for Topalov to somehow get in. Okay, king g2, but rook b2. I don't like the fact that he's letting Magnus trade. I thought it would be nice to go, let's say, bishop e3, rook d3, rook f3, and rook f4.
Right, block that piece out. But here comes the rook. It gets itself traded off. It felt like one of the worst things about Magnus's position actually was that rook. It felt awkward, like operating on squares like f6, e6, g6. It just didn't seem like it had a lot of room. Oh,
e5 looks like a great move by Magnus.
Queen b7, the bishop can come back, and then he can take e5. Bishop b5 played. He hits him with queen b7. He's got rook e5 next move, right? Or is it going to be bishop e8, queen e4, queen e5? That would be dead drawn.
I think this is a very nice solution by Magnus to simplify the game and make a draw. And I don't see how Topalov can keep the game going. I feel it's like too many pieces will be traded off.
Magnus has really been trying to solve his problems very, very concretely. I mean, very, very aggressive moves on defense.
Yeah. I feel like Topalov might have missed a chance here, but yeah, b5 was a great move by Magnus. Now time's evening up, so it's looking really good for Magnus to hold this game, which means that, if this game ends in a draw, Mamedyarov will have to win the classical game.
Yeah, it means he couldn't catch up to him in Armageddon. Bishop e8's been played. I think we can call this one a draw. Topalov agrees with me. Queen e4, queen e5, nothing left to do. And it all comes down to classical chess. Let's see what Mamedyarov has done. In this position, I said there was nothing covering g6 except knight f4. Guess what? He took on g6. What? What?
Well,
allowing knight f4 to g6.
But then if you do take that after queen e4, you might not have a good way to defend the knight.
So knight f4, let's say like king f1, knight g6 or something.
Well, let's say king g1.
King g1,
then,
okay.
Then you don't have knight d2.
Oh, because I was going to walk into queen e4, knight d2.
Yeah, right. But let's say king g1 and then queen e4. And I don't see
now
how
you want to go queen e4 coming after this knight and saying nobody can cover it. Right. And on knight h8, you would trap the knight on h8 with rook h5 or something.
Yeah, I think you're just getting blown off the board. I don't see a way how black can defend against white's attack there. But
yeah, piece is just trapped. I mean, black's up a whole rook, so like even rook f6 would leave black up a piece, except that piece is trapped on h8. So completely irrelevant, and rook h7 will break the walls down. So bishop takes g6. Radjabov could have only spent 20 or 30 seconds on his move. He chose not to go knight f4, but he takes off the offending bishop on f6. All this for that pawn on c3, Benjamin. He gave himself all this trouble to grab that pawn on c3, and then he's got to come back and control the f6 square.
Indeed. So he took an f6, pawn takes, rook takes. So now let's see what Shaq is going to do. So his bishop is under attack, perhaps. And look at Shaq's time. He is down to 6 minutes as well.
Yeah. He has used... I mean, he had 30 minutes against 2 minutes. So he has spent a ton of energy on this situation. I feel like first guess is bishop h7, rook h5, holding, your two kingside pawns as extra king protection with that tempo.
Yeah, I think bishop h7's got to be the move here, but black can go king g7, rook takes h5. And now he has time to bring this other rook into the game. Let's say the f8 or the h8. And I don't know. It feels like black is very much in the game. Oh, by the way, all of that has been played, and rook a f8 by Radjabov.
All right. So materially, black is still up in exchange.
Wait, so white has the move bishop f5, because if you take the rook h7, but then maybe queen d5 check. f3 takes.
And then bishop back to e4. And queen d4. And this counter threat on f2 is always what's keeping black in the game in these positions. Otherwise, you could just play queen h1 and checkmate on the h file, or
yeah. By the way, there's a crazy variation right now.
Okay.
White can go bishop f5 check. Black has queen d5. We have f3. Then if black takes on f5, we have rook h7 check, king g6, and queen h4, which looks like it's checkmate, but there's still knight e3 check, king g1, and fg. Queen h5, king f5. I mean, what is happening?
And you try and come like running out here. This king has like no legal moves on every move in this game here. f3 was played, however. And then rook to h8. So he doubled rooks on the f file, makes white weaken this e3 square for the knight, and then switches over here to control these rook h7 threats. And
rook h8, good defensive move by Radjabov.
Jesus, what is he doing in just seconds this game?
Yeah, it's incredible. We thought he's just like getting absolutely destroyed on the king side. I mean, we saw the time taking down, but he has found like one amazing defensive move after another. And now Shaq is down to 3 minutes. So this could also, turn in Black's favor all of a sudden, because I don't really see how White's crashing through all of a sudden. And, D4 is hanging.
Yeah. Yeah, it could go any way. Wild 3-result position. And now Mamedyarov under 5 minutes. So he doesn't have that luxury that if he gets hit with a surprise move, he can just take 5 minutes to figure it out. He's played Queen C3 here. Eyeing things like that. If you blockade with Queen D5, he's probably got Bishop E4. Who knows?
Yeah, so eyeing stuff like D5, but I don't really see how it could ever work. But 40 seconds for Radjabov. He's got to move here. He's finally got some luxury in the sense that there's not an immediate threat for White, but that also makes it more difficult for him, right? In terms of like having to make a move.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. He's played so quickly and now they've agreed to a draw. And we don't get their reaction or their faces, and we don't get the face of Grandmaster Buck either. He's going to hide that reaction from us.
That was not even my intention, but yeah, that was disappointing.
You're feeling a little bit unhappy.
Very sad. I feel very sad.
What? I mean, that had to be like an offer, right? They're not repeating moves here. It's not 50 move draw. What on earth? What a random. What an absolutely completely random position to agree to a draw.
Well, I can understand in the sense that Radjabov is still a very long time, and I guess Mamedyarov felt like it was slipping away from him. But still, it felt like he really missed a huge opportunity to win this game and win Norway chess.
Yeah. I mean, if you remove the draw offer as an option, like you were suggesting earlier, then there's no way to draw this position. I mean, you just have to keep smashing out some moves on the board. So, I mean, in a sense, you've got like this fantastic, amazing super tournament that we've been watching for 10 days. And the answer to who wins the tournament is like draw offer without ever seeing the result on this board.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, this could have really still gone anywhere, right? Like, keep in mind, they're close to the time control, but still they, anything could happen, with only 10-second increments.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, I have to give them credit for playing a very, very entertaining first 30 moves to this game, right? Because they gave us the best game of the round. And, and they didn't just agree to a draw as friends on move 10. They actually gave us an absolutely thrilling game. And, at some point their nerves were worn out. I think if you just remove the draw offer, it's easier for the players too, right? They don't have to like think about it as an escape option. They just have to keep playing moves.
For sure. Right. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, there will be an Armageddon now between Shaq, Mamedyarov, and Radjabov. So, but it's not going to matter at all for the standings. Shaq comes in second place, so maybe he just wanted to make sure that he would not be overtaken by, let's say, Vishy. But yeah, he's not going to come first anymore.
Yeah, that is clear. Those points are pretty much not going to change that you see before you on that leaderboard, folks. We're going to take advantage of the break between Classical and Armageddon to give ourselves a little pause as well. And when Mamedyarov and Radjabov rematch in 20 minutes or 18 minutes at this point, There will be no draw. It will be an Armageddon. Somebody will come out on top. We'll see you for that in a minute. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming next week. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Hikaru Nakamura, and more. The winner might get a chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. You know, if Magnus thinks that they are worth the energy expenditure to face. And this coverage is going to be fantastic. It's going to be live on site in Madrid with an exclusive video feed of the players to really bring all that action to life. And, you know, yesterday, after yesterday's round, I went and checked the video feed of Anand, you know, when he played Queen B5. And then when Mamedyarov came back and he like resigns, and Mamedyarov's kind of like, what are you saying? He's saying, I'm resigning. And Mamedyarov's like, why? So we got, it adds like so much to it, you know? So I think it's going to be really great to have that candidates coverage done that way. Looking forward to it. I was also really looking forward to the end of the Mamedyarov-Radjabov game that just got interrupted. I know you were too.
I think we were all looking forward to that. But yeah, all of a sudden, Mamedyarov offered a draw, which was accepted by Radjabov. I don't know what the rules are in the candidates. I hope that the players will not be able to draw by agreement, but only by 3-time repetition, or let's say 50 moves. But yeah, the Armageddon game is gonna start pretty soon, I believe. David, who is your favorite in this matchup?
Nobody. I didn't like that draw agreement. They can double forfeit now for all I care.
Well, okay, but you still have to pick one player, right?
Okay, I'll pick a player. So it's who I think will come out on top here, right? Not not who I want to win. Mamedyarov will be a mild favorite here. Yeah.
I'm gonna say it depends, like how Radjabov feels after that long game. I'm gonna give him the slight edge. I feel like he's pretty good at blitz, and you know, he already had a bit of a warm up. You know, playing all those moves in just like I think he made like 8 moves or something within a minute.
Yeah, that's true. He got warmed up on his speed there. He's got a 50-50 record in Armageddon so far in this tournament. Vachier-Lagrave 3-2 in Armageddons so far. So they're both about 50-50 in that format. I think we've seen a little edge for white throughout the tournament as well. So I'm going to stick with a very, very mild sort of numbers take on it. What else can we say? I imagine everybody here knows how the tournament sort of finished, but I guess we could show the standings for anyone just popping in, and show that basically if Mamedyarov wins this game, he gets an extra half point. If he wins this Armageddon, if Radjabov wins, he gets an extra half point. That will be enough to get Radjabov out of last place if he or anyone cares about that. For Mamedyarov, it won't change his second place finish, right? He'll either be half a point or a full point behind Carlsen and a point ahead of Anand. And, you know, it's a well-deserved second place finish in the tournament for Shak. In my opinion, he generated a lot of stuff, you know, in terms of advantages for himself. He barely lost the game where he got ground down by Magnus. He won a game with black, which stands out a little bit in this tournament. He had the open Rui against Wang Hao, where he avoided a repetition as early as like move 11 or so with black. So he definitely brought a lot of fight and energy to the tournament.
Right. Yeah. He of course got a bit of a gift in that game against Vishy Anand, where Vishy all of a sudden blundered a checkmate. But let's see. Yeah, the players are off, and Shaker going for a bit of a sideline with a quick knight f3, c4, b3, and e3. And I like what Radjabov is doing. He's playing very directly in the center with d5 and c5.
Yeah, I would say he's basically threatening d4 in this position, and I would expect white to either play d4 or trade first and then d4. And Mamedyarov should be pretty comfortable playing a Tarrasch setup here. Wow, Mamedyarov doesn't play d4.
This actually reminds me of what Shaq did against Wesley. I don't know if you remember that game, but he played Queen to C2
Hmm.
and went for a quick Knight C3. It felt like Wesley was doing very, very well in that game, but Shaq managed to win anyway.
Hmm. I mean, in my opinion, if black plays like d4 in these positions, it's already like white is fighting for equality. I think white can get equality. I don't think it's like, I'm not claiming an advantage, but it's sort of that's almost slight advantage in an equal position, in the sense that white has to prove that they can equalize it. But simple d4 and black's very nice.
Right. I'm a little bit surprised by Queen D7 by Radjabov. Just voluntarily giving up the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that Mamedyarov got to take it, right? Yeah, so he does.
I mean,
so
why else did you play knight g5? To offer a draw?
indeed. Well, so I guess black's gonna take out the pawn, right? And then how
Mhm.
are we gonna continue development? Just bishop e2 and there's actually queen takes.
Yeah. So what? He's looking at maybe even like knight d4 in the opening with this move order.
So knight c3. Okay, goes castle. I mean, you always have to watch out about the d4 push here if you're white. So
Yeah.
how do we continue developing here? Like bishop e2 might already run into d4, and we don't really have a good score with the knight.
Yeah. Some questions for white here. Gotta finish development. If black plays d4 at some point proactively, you might have bishop c4 then. I mean, he has sometimes castled queenside, but it looks very risky here. And okay, he develops the bishop to d3. On knight d4, he'll play queen d1 and keep the b pawn defended. There could be knight b3, queen b3, c4.
Yeah.
It's nothing major, just a trade. Slightly weakening the light squares for white.
So let's see. Yeah, by the way, just check. This game doesn't matter at all for Mamedyarov standing. He's gonna finish in second place regardless. But as you mentioned before, it does matter for Radjabov. It's gonna determine whether he will finish in a tie for ninth or whether he will finish in ninth place. But the difference is like only 1,000. Well, it's only like $500. Like let's say $500. So it's not, a big difference.
Yeah. Okay, so Mamedyarov makes the bold decision and castles queenside. It's a Mamedyarov kind of move, right?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the c4 by Radjabov. I like this move a lot. And I mean, there might be bishop. I don't know if bishop f5 is a move here for white because of pawn takes b3. So you might have to trade first on c4, then go bishop f5. But there is queen e7. And a3 looks very tough to defend.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's really kind of castled into it. Radjabov well poised, just hits him with the c4. I mean, rook c8, knight b4, or a6, b5. There were any number of ideas for black here, which I think would have come faster than white's attack. But c4 that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, and we see here the gap closing. Mamedyarov started with a 3-minute advantage, but now it's only 2 minutes. But I think really the problem for him is on the board. Black has a very easy position to play here, I would think. He's just opening up files towards the enemy king. And I don't really see what white has got going for him.
Me neither. Looks pretty tough. He makes one trade. I mean, yeah, bishop f5, queen e7 is easy for black. The bishop's not particularly good on f5. I guess it stops rook c8 in some positions, but position looks kind of rough. If you go knight b1, then knight a5 might be completely crushing if you defend your a pawn like that.
Yeah,
knight
no, I like that suggestion.
Knight b5, probably the most likely move.
Yeah, perhaps knight b5. I mean, at the very least, black can maybe just go bishop e5 there. Try to remove some defenders around the white king.
Yeah. But I mean, we have to defend the pawn. What are we gonna do? I think this one looks far worse, right? Like this. So I'm thinking knight b5. There we go.
5. Okay, so it's on the board. Yeah, maybe bishop e5 now for Radjabov. Yeah, and there we have it. Now, I think this looks great for black. Radjabov could also go g6 at any moment. Maybe push the bishop back to h3, and then after a trade on b2, he could be looking at knight e5 to d3.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Not to mention at any point, a6, b5, etc. is highly playable for black. Definitely on the list of things to do. If you're Raja
knight
here,
c3,
knight just came
bishop
back
d6.
to C3.
Oh, will we see here a repetition?
Roger reminds him that he's got to draw odds very, very quickly with that move. And
he's like, hey, you gotta win, buddy. You
already.
cannot just make a draw here.
Yeah. He's like, just because it's a rapid game, don't forget that I am one of the world's foremost experts on repetition. Oof.
Yeah, but it seems very tough to me for Mamedyarov to avoid that repetition.
Yeah. Agreed. All I can do is agree. This might be the moment for Mamedyarov to smile and extend his hand.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm sure he's going to try to keep the game going somehow. Okay.
I'm unconvinced. I would say 25% chance he agrees to a draw right here, despite black having draw odds.
Right. So let's see. There's no easy way to defend the pawn on a3, I think.
Chad is claiming that he might have played g4 in this position. I know we always have a slight delay, but no, Chat's messing with us. Knight b5 gets played.
Wait, so Mamedyarov is now down a minute on the clock here, so bishop b5.
Yeah, knight b5. Why would Radjabov think before playing bishop e5? He didn't think on the last move. Maybe we're getting a delay on the feed. They could already be eating dinner together by now, for all we know, Benjamin.
Yeah. I don't know. Moves are not coming through right now. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure bishop e5 is the move that Radjabov played in this position.
I'll try a little refresher-oo, who knows? Who knows? Nope. Peshki thinks we're a little bit behind, maybe by about 10 moves. Could they really have played another 10 moves here in this position? Maybe.
I mean, it's a blitz game, so everything can go pretty fast, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, and all of a sudden, a ton of moves just came in.
Whoa. There we go. Bishop e5. F4. Takes.
So knight takes.
Queen to the diagonal. A6 and b5. I agree with those moves. I agree with you completely, Raja.
Great for Radjabov. I don't see how Shaq can, defend here, to be honest. I mean, black just has an attack for free, pretty much, I would say.
If he had played g6 before, do you think that in this move order, Shaq would have just put the bishop on b1 to cover knight d3?
That is a good question, yeah.
G5.
But yeah, anyway, the knight is under attack.
Yep.
Let's see where he's going to go. He could go to
maybe
g4. Because if you take, then there's knight d3 and you threaten knight f2. But you could also just go to d5 or d7, followed by knight c5 and d3.
Yeah. We both want to go to the same place. Knight f5. Simpler, just towards the queen side. I guess on knight g4, rook f1, you'd have to justify what you're up to, and it might be slightly tricky. We get one trade. We've got sort of a threat of c3 as well as rook b8 or any other move.
We might see a rapid. I mean, queen a3 check here. Queen b2.
a3.
Is he just gonna go? I mean, maybe even just queen a5. Just go for the checkmate.
Not queen e7.
Black can do.
Is there a point where you no longer want to repeat as black here?
I think this might be the point. Oh,
Queen
never
e7,
mind.
queen
They are
e5. There
repeating.
we go. All right, I'm going to say 75% chance that they repeat here.
Gonna go for like 100%.
Okay.
Because the position is just so bad for white that, yeah, Mamedyarov just has to take it. Radjabov, I mean, it would be funny if he goes queen a5. Like, what is Shaq gonna do? He might just sit there and be like, this is just so bad, I resign.
Yeah,
You know,
like fine, I resign. Queen e7 draw, queen a5 resigns. I mean, he's already played queen e7 in this position once before, so that'll be pretty hilarious. I like Mamedyarov's smile, by the way, you know, his like grin. So I could see like the guy plays queen a5 just like absolutely finishing you off, but like it's somebody you like, so you just I could just see him like grinning there like, yeah,
Right.
that'll be a resignation.
Okay, so let's see. Oh, we are getting word that the game has finished in a draw. So yeah, with that, Radjabov finishes in 9th place. And yeah, a bit of a disappointing day for Mamedyarov. It looked like he was just going to crush Radjabov in the classical game, but he let him escape in that time scramble.
Yeah. Yeah, and those d4 openings without one d4 continue to not impress me. You know, this like e3, b3, queen c2 stuff. I never like white's position out of those openings, but white manages to score some points anyway somehow.
Yeah,
not today.
well, I think the mistake for Mamedyarov was that, you know, the way he played is just not really good, you know, by not putting a pawn on d4, because he just gave black too much space. And yeah, because that Radjabov was able to launch a big attack. So yeah, at least, you know, a positive, you know, note for Radjabov to finish up this tournament, and we'll see how he will do in the candidates.
Yeah, edge is ahead of Wang Hao in the tournament there, as you could all see, and that brings Norway Chess, an absolutely epic tournament, to a close with a lot of draws on the last day. And what were the big lessons? Magnus Carlsen seemed to struggle and still win the tournament. So, you know, even if he's not in his sharpest form, still a good fellow to bet on for anyone out there. I got 1,000 green pawns off of him today in the prediction. And what else, Benjamin? Anybody look particularly good to you at this tournament? Anybody you see moving up in the world power rankings?
Yeah, so Vishy started off extremely well. He kind of slowed down a little bit towards the end. As we said before, he failed to convert a winning position against Magnus. And yesterday he made that blunder against Mamedyarov. I think Mamedyarov can be very satisfied about his performance. I think Aryan Tari also has all the reasons to be satisfied. He scores 4 out of 9 in a very, very tough field. And yeah, I think also MVL can be too unhappy about his performance in this tournament.
Yeah, all those people that you mentioned, you know, really brought something. I agree. Particularly, I already mentioned, I think Mamedyarov brought a lot of energy and ideas to this tournament, so that was great to see. I had a ton of fun watching a lot of these games. And what else can we say? One other conclusion about Magnus: the road to 2,900 is going to be pretty tough. He wins the tournament and gains 0.3 rating points, less than 1/100th of the way there, while winning a super tournament where basically everybody is, you know, these like 2750 people. There's not like a stronger tournament he can play in where people would be higher rated and be easier to gain points. This is just the epic climb that he has in front of him, I think.
Yeah, of course, it's really tough for Magnus to increase his rating. As you mentioned, he will have to, you know, perform. You know, he'll have to score a huge score. As we see here, he scored 6 out of 9, but he just broke even with ratings. So he'd have to score, you know, +4, +5 to really make that climb towards 2,900. Yeah, I think his play in this tournament was just not good enough. He barely escaped with a draw yesterday with the white piece against MVL. So if he wants to make that climb, he will have to, work on his game.
Yeah. He still showed that grit and determination. He avoided losing any games despite a few risks. He held tough, had some tough games. Yeah, Magnus is one determined dude. I mean, that guy will fight till the end. You never see him gassing out at the end of a game or the end of a tournament. And one of his strongest characteristics as a fighter.
Yeah, so I think with that, we're going to wrap up here, you guys. But of course, we do want to thank all of you guys for watching Norway Chess. It's been a very exciting event, but yes, we see Magnus did end up on top. But as we've mentioned many times during the show, the candidate storm is going to come up very, very soon. David, I think we both are very excited for that event.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the next big show. So everybody have a good couple days, and we will all be watching the candidates together soon.